mean? Oh shit, I wore a green shirt to my green screen, boys. It's over. I am becoming Cosmonarchy. It's weekend wage, brothers. So hope you guys are having a good time. We were just setting up some rule sets and whatnot. Because of the famous chatter restream bot, did he be? You take your foot off the gas for even a moment, and all right. Well, green screen fuckery aside, we got some people today. We got some exciting homies today. As far as I am concerned, this will be a good one. We actually have something that I haven't seen before. Arbuz Budesh is playing random, and I think that's really cool. Not something that we see every day. So we're gonna go to Near Impact and check him out. And that'll be our weekend wage number 8 opening match that we're casting. That's good, very cool. Gonna add that little detail to the overlay, and we'll be able to get rocking and rolling. I'm just gonna use short names here because otherwise I'd never be able to fit everything. All right, let's go to Near Impact. By the way, guys, if you were listening, Magnetron is open. Magnetron is currently open. Oh, good at cranking down. Good to know. Good to know. Oh shit, Kutiam has to update on pre-release. Yeah, Magnetron is available. Pretty epic map. It's for real homies. We're going to be waiting for Kutiam to update here while we settle into the flow of things. It might be that if it takes too long for Kutiam to do so, we might pop over to... We might pop over to Crankadow's game. The update problems that some people have where it like hangs on the visual C++ redist is actually going to be resolved pretty soon. Just not quite in time for weekend wage, so it would seem. But we can use this opportunity to talk about the bracket, to maybe even, dare I say, show the bracket. Isn't that kind of shocking to think about? We could show the bracket on stream as if that was like a thing that existed. So here we go. We see that we have Newt awaiting a little bit of a bye, first round bye. We have elsewhere Marsupial making ready to take on Luciferius. At least I think so. I actually haven't seen Marsupial type the message in the Weekend Wage thread, but I assume he's here. Pretty cool guy. And pretty good Zerg, but Luciferius is playing Terran, so that's pretty epic. Then down here we have Grass Eater versus Smarty Cake ZVZ El Clasico. This was Grass Eater's best of 3 win in the second Gauntlet stage of Acropolis 3. It was the last ranked time I believe they showed up against each other, at least as this race. Then down here in the, or I should say last tournament win, right? Like ranked is now actually a thing, so I can't say that anymore. Arbuz versus Kutiam has been, is what we're going to be casting today. This is going to be our match. And then, actually, Krankadao and Zevi are down here, and they're waiting patiently for Arbuz v Kutiam, and then I will be taking a look at them. So we're going to get to cast these two guys, and then the winner, and then I guess in theory the loser. So yeah, just wanted to show you guys what the bracket was looking like. Kutiam actually joined, so that's pretty cool. Here, let's pop our alerts back online. Silly Arbiz didn't see the lobby. It's happened before. Alright, so Arbiz is playing random, and Kutiam is playing Terran, and I like that. I like that a lot. Pretty good. Pretty good. If anybody doesn't show up for the after 30 minutes, it's a DQ, and they'll fall to the lower bracket. So just FYI for people like Marsupial. I think Grass Eater and Smarty are already underway. So we're going to go ahead and tell our players to GLHF because we are about to get into game here, ladies and gentlemen. Our opening match here in Weekend Wage number 8. I am so excited to bring you guys a fun time. It's Arbiz. It's Arbiz going as the... This is a weird-looking Protoss skin, boys. What's happening here? What's going on here? He's the Cordovan Protoss, and down here in the bottom right, it is Kutiam Supin as our Russian green Terran. He has no idea. He has no idea that Arbiz is playing the Protoss that have Kagra and Droleths and Hatcherosks and all that stuff. So it should be a good time. It should be a good time. I'm sure this will work out very, very nicely. By the way, I just blind guessed that he would be Zerg. I was thinking, like, what race will he roll today? And then I put the Zerg overlay. Clearly, I was wrong. I mean, he said Protoss, so... What would have been absolutely brutal is if Arbiz just went ahead and did the worst thing possible. The worst thing you could do. Say Protoss and then 6-pool. Because he's got... Dude, he's actually, as of right now, our guy is going Fulcrum. So 6-pool would probably just kill him. But he's not quite going to be on that level of fucker, for lack of a better term. So yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to go ahead and pull up the prediction UI and give you guys access to betting on this matchup. It doesn't look too good for Kutiam. He's been the victim of disinformation, and that's amazing. That is amazing. He's also just a not as highly ranked of a player. If Kutiam was going up against his, Arbiz's Terran, I would actually give him a little bit more leeway there. But we'll have a minute to bet if you like Twitch bet. Go ahead and do so. The Fulcrum Vultures are coming out. We got Larvos Pool Larvos. Pretty standard middle of the road build here in terms of it. It kind of helps you hit all your marks. It lets you get to your expansion timing. Lets you make some Zethra cores, but the mech start here should be fine in reposting this. Might come a little bit down to execution, but I'm confident in Kutiam's abilities. We'll see if that confidence is indeed accurately placed. Zara, I think this might be our very first Weekend Wage that doesn't have any pro players. So, shout out to the pros. They're busy with other things today. But it's pretty good stuff. So he's going to come in here and he's going to say, wow, your Protoss sure looks weird. Ooh, pretty good stuns, actually, on almost every single worker for a period of time. And now, the Zethra cores at the front gates are going to alert Kutiam. He's got 2 Vultures ready to go. Oops, I opened up the diplomacy menu. Get out of there, dude. And we just barely missed that Vulture. Going down after killing one of the Quas. Actually, if it had been able to kill both Quas, he could have maybe caused some economic damage. Well, he needs to micro those Vultures back. Micro isn't really Kutiam's strongest suit, but he does hit his macro timings if he's left to his own devices. You can see he's having a bit of a hard time making sure he puts down his Ministry on time, but he is going to go ahead and make it up. He's got a Cyclops. He's got Vultures coming. I think, again... I have to say again, I think he's going to be all right here. We got Sir... Who is this? I forget who Pudoza the Conqueror is. I think that is Marsupial, if I'm not mistaken. And we got Staratham in the chat as well. What's up? What's up, Zevi? What's up, Frankendow, Biddy B, Lucy, Protoss? Arbiz doesn't even remember. He doesn't even remember he lied to him. He's like too in the zone. He's like playing Zerg. He forgot. Dude, that must maybe, or he's like really deep in the mind game, in the trolling. Like, he's like, I don't know what you, I don't even know what you're talking about. It was like gaslighting him. I don't know what's going on there, but that's pretty impressive. I even got concealed organic in the chat. What's up, dude? I'm no longer in love with Arby's. Yeah. Oh, it's Ultra 7, not Marsupial. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I think Marsupial also has a name that isn't Marsupial in the chat. Oh, okay. We got the Nathrakors coming in. Goliath already on the way. We got some Cyclops for anti-air. The Starpad will finish up here pretty soon. And the Vultures are just patiently waiting to be ordered into the natural choke point here. There is a pair of mines out here, but unlikely to get too much done. Vultures can be pretty deadly in these kinds of situations, but yeah, when all of the mines are used on one Zeth, it can be a little bit harder. However, the distraction is paying off. That's 2 out of the 4 Nathrakors completely devastated by Cyclopses. And now it's just a lot easier for the Terran remnants there out of the mech, particularly the Goliath and the Watchdog, to clear everything else out. I think he killed 1 Cyclops with that due to his friendly splash. The Ministry will now go ahead and land over here. Look, it's the new add-on tech. You can build Watchdogs with your Ministry. I swear, guys. It's a new update. Circuit is up, so there's not really any hope for the Vultures to get too much done here. A couple of pairs of Nathrakors are out again. It's cool that Naths have been resurging in popularity. I think in large part due to the fact that you can get that Apex strain up for the Vornath, but it's just interesting, you know? It's pretty neat to see that in action. Couple mine hits onto the Zeths, but are the Nathrakors going to fly onto the radar? I feel like 1 Watchdog is more than enough to deal with this, but maybe he can just pocket them here until his Calcure Lake is done, and then he can go in for something else. He saw the Watchdog being made, so unless he's just coming in here with the intent on scouting, which feels like this is an expensive scout, then maybe, you know, he's just looking around to see what's going on. Maybe he can try to be annoying at the extremities. Mason will take a little bit of friendly fire, but still operating at about half HP. We do have a 4 Cyclops drop earmarked for, really, if you probably want to drop it like right in this little corner or behind the minerals. It looks like it's going to go in that neighborhood. It will actually be spotted by this Droleth if Kutium isn't on the ball, but his camera's positioning is pretty good here. He's going to be able to see that the army is moving out, occupied by the mines. And yeah, the Cyclops are just going to be heckling the workers. Great reaction from Arbuz to not lose a single worker so far, but those splash damage fields are going to kill at least 1. And we can see that the drop here in this little nook is going to force them to fall away. 1 more Droleth going down. Each time he unloads the Cyclops, he seems to hemorrhage another one. Now he's down to only 1. And, you know, he's some lost mining time, but not much else. Oh, the drill was dangerous, but good little pullback. He's just being annoying with it. Kutium has some money in the bank that he could be using, of course, but not quite able to make anything else happen, so there you go. All right, that leaves us with 4 Folk. That leaves us with... Okay, 6 Folk is going to be the point, so he really wants to commit to the mech play versus Zerg. I think this is where Lyrilisks can shine pretty well. One of the reasons why they struggle versus more conventional bio openers is that you do have the Shaman to heal a lot of the bounces, and so they basically need to be... The formation that the Lyrilisk needs to take is more of like a spear formation to just try to poke through individual targets. You can focus fire. I think, you know, good Zergs will be able to do stuff like that, and there won't really be any issues. But I do think that when you consider the way that the mech play is that they're going to be excelling at splash damage, but Lyrilisks are pretty hardy units, you know? They do have 115 life. The 1 armor will help out a little bit as well over a long enough health span. You know, you think about like 55... if the Quaz had 1 armor, 55 life isn't really that much to deal with. Trojan empty over here, but maybe we'll try to posture aggressively or some such. You know, you could try to take like a flight path that goes over this 3rd base towards the main and then see if it like displaces the army. There's like cute little things you can do there. But when you're trying to nail all your other macro things, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do all of that. Palladium on the way for Kutiam, so he's going to be switching into probably Phalanx. But to be honest, I would love Madrigals here. I think actually like Matador Phalanx is pretty good versus the Lyrilisk, but you need Madrigals for that consistent damaging everything on the screen ability. Kutiam is actually very close to being able to afford... Well, he was actually over the threshold for affording tier 2. But he goes for 4 Phalanx. I do think Phalanx acting as the backbone makes a lot of sense. And he will drop a Stockade. I'm assuming he's going to go for a Vestry add-on and just make a couple of Shamans or Clerics to keep his units alive. A Phalanx in tank mode, which is something that I feel like only Kutiam really experiments with, are pretty adept at dealing with these sorts of positions as well. If you have the tank mode Phalanx on the front line and you have like 1 or 2 Shamans in the middle, it does take a lot to bring down the Phalanx. People don't really understand that because they're used to the Phalanxes exploding upon focused fire when they're in siege mode, since they lose all of the armor when they're in siege mode. By the way, the third base is very, very well thrumming right now. A very large Zerg army has been assembled. The Cyclops are going to try to shut down the mining of this base. 4 Cyclops can kill a circuit, and will. Only losing 1 in the process and killing 1 Droleth. But the Nathacors pick the Trojan. The second drop is attempted. There's only a few Cyclops unloaded at the natural, which I don't know if it was quite intentional, but I quite like it in terms of what it results in. A lot of worker pressure across multiple fronts here, but the Quas are able to clean things up relatively quickly, and it doesn't look like any more than 3 workers were actively killed here, judging by the corpses. One of them, of course, being regressed from the circuit. The second Trojan will fall as well, and that makes it pretty unlikely that you'll see Kutiam going for additional drops anytime soon. You'd have to remake them. It is a cost, 50 gas per Trojan, so definitely something you got to factor in. Now, he's adding a Covenant instead of a Shaman, and he has no third base on the line. He has no Sieves. This does not feel like something that can work. I know he's got a pretty big gas bank right now, but you would be, if you're not familiar with it already, you would be pretty astounded at how immediate the gas bank can dissipate once you have enough stockades producing Eidolons or Savants, mostly Eidolons. And if you are producing Eidolons off of a small stockade amount, then you basically, sometimes it feels like you're not producing Eidolons because they don't ever get to the critical mass. They need, I do agree with one thing that Shopkeeper Dog says about them, which is that they benefit most from having tempo. Now, Shopdog will frame it as you need tempo, otherwise you can't use them. But in this particular case, I think it's probably fair to say that tempo certainly favors the Eidolon. And I don't think the tempo is with Kutiam. Arbus has a very large army right now. He's got a bunch of Calculusks up. But that's really not even the scariest part of his army. Some of them even getting stunned by flying over the minefield. The Matadors, not all of them are deployed. In fact, none of them are deployed right now, but I like the spread in theory. It's just that, again, he doesn't have any Madrigals for consistent DPS, and his Cyclops are only now rejoining the fray as the Matadors are starting to get carved up. A lot of armor benefiting them with the Cestus, enhancing them even further. But one big problem here is that he didn't have a lot of splash damage for the air. He didn't have a lot of consistent splash onto the ground as the Phalanxes were overwhelmed on multiple fronts. And, yeah, it looks like at the end he will be cleaned. He's got some Goliaths up to deal with this threat. The Phalanxes are being taken apart slowly but surely. Each shot from a Phalanx basically killing, one unit or another. Doesn't full kill a Lyrilusc by itself, but gets pretty damn close. And so, yeah, it looks like they've fallen upon the sort of position here and broken like a tide. But in the process, they washed a lot of stuff up ashore. And, okay, we get a Valkyrie. I love that. Kutiam is a real G homie for making a Valkyrie. I think, actually, they're really good against Calculusks. But, in those frontal fights, Arbus was not doing anything too subversive with his army composition. He was not doing anything particularly elevated with them. He wasn't being fancy. He just moved into your base and said, all right, I'm calling you out. And now his tier 2 is going to pop in the next minute. He's going to have some pretty advanced structures and probably some units as a result as well, if we even need that, because his second attack, while it's not as monumental as the first in terms of numbers, is still likely going to be pretty significant. The Savants are stacking up pretty well in the background here. I like that Kutiam went for those instead of the Eidolon, and they do essentially force a disengage. Iral Iris is complete. Arbus has so much money in the bank, he's going to make a couple Gosvaleths to make those advanced tech nodes straight away. Right about now, with the treasury being assembled here, Kutiam's been somewhat steady on his Mason production. Could have more, of course, but he knows he can just transfer over to the third base, and that's why he's going for the treasury, a little bit more of a tempo. But there's a fourth base up for Arbus. And even though his worker count is pretty slim in a few places, I mean, he's got 4 mining bases, specifically 4 mining gas, and the geysers themselves being a component. He has capped his ridge in the 3rd base, not in the main or the natural. And he is going to go for an Oxel CZ, and he's probably going to go for a few others. Does feel like right about now, the Exploratory Matador is a good move because he's just trying to figure out what Arbuz is about to send to him. A lot of Savants on the little high ground over here. But no healing, so can be a little bit of a challenge there. We are going to go ahead and get the Almacus Anter, which is an interesting choice. I wonder if we're going to see Infestation in this game, because that's what that enables, among other things. Again, it might not be necessary. Let's see how the fight goes. Committing onto the Savants. We'll keep those selected. This Blackjack-based composition is starting to falter. We have no splash damage whatsoever with this composition. GG. Kutiam has been wiped and broken one final time, just as the Achistricores were coming out. So sad for Arbuz. Couldn't even infest. But you know what that means, boys? You know what that means? It means that Arbuz rolled Zerg, said Protoss. You cannot trust him, even when you can trust him. Brutal. Brutal. All right, so that is a 1-0 for Arbuz, and we're going to be hosting Krankendow versus Zevi soon. And that means that Kutiam... Oh, it looks like Kutiam technically has a little bit of a bye. He waits for the loser of Marsupial versus Luciferius, and the loser of our next match. So he's going to have to sit tight for a little bit. Maybe he can update Visual Studio or Visual C++ again a little bit. And now we get Krankendow picking the map versus Zevi. So let's see about that. Yeah, fuck you, Visual Studio. Gonna be Crisis Vector. No, Crisis Vector. Biddy B, you didn't pledge $3 per map played, not on Crisis Vector. Wait, I don't remember what the amount of money was, but I think it was $3. Anyway, you didn't pledge it this time around, but if you had, it would not have been a good thing for my bottom line. All right, so we're gonna do Krankendow versus Zevi. I'll remind our players that if they're listening, they shouldn't be, because they're about to participate in a tournament match. And I will go ahead and get our stuff sorted. Crisis Vector. Also, if you're listening to this and you have played a match or are going to play a match and you don't have an admin in your match, please post your replay. Well, I guess you're playing on ranked, so I can grab it from Replay Kraken, but you know what I mean. Feel good to have.
This individual is a fraud.
Hashtag snipertosis.
Thank you, Hit 'em Up, for the resub. That's 18 months. That's a year and a half of being a Cosmonarch. At least. You've probably been there for longer. Stream cheaters win. I see. That's what he was saying. Hope you're doing well, Hit. Gonna be seeing Krankendow take on Zevi here in a moment. I have a feeling this will be an interesting match. But it could be one-sided. No diss to Zevi. Because Krankendow is one of our best players. So let's get it rolling here. We got the ready from Zevi. We got the ready from Krankendow. Here we go, lads. We have Krankendow in the top left as our Cosmic Cobalt. No, Yimin Blue Zerg. Gee. And Zevi in the bottom right is our Maroon Protoss. Crisis Vector it is. I actually think that Crisis, after last Weekend Wage, it was only yesterday, 2 weeks ago when we had last Weekend Wage, and we had one Crisis Vector pick, I think, the entire tournament. Maybe two. I think it was only one, though. I feel like... That's not true, Ryan. It's December this year, noob. Why are you spreading misinfo? I feel like the way that Crisis Vector has kind of rebounded is the idea of like now it's like an actual map that might have some tactics to it. You know, it's not so played out because it doesn't get picked all the time. But a part of that is that the pros aren't here. No. The pros are not. The pros are not here, and the pros love Crisis Vector, dude. They pick this shit all the time. If they can't pick it because somebody else picked it, they pick like Battle Spectre or Patadia. But Crisis Vector is their go-to, and I'm not really entirely sure why. They just like it. I dig it. Scozy this year, yeah. I just have been doing a lot of work on them, so that's the witchcraft. That's why they're here at the end of the year. Yeah. Oh shit, Biddy B still is paying to not pick Crisis? Oh fuck. All right, guys. Well, Cranky Dud disqualified. Zevi gets map pick. All right, so Scribe gonna be pulling away. Yeah, last time. Last time, Biddy B paid, and it was a lot of money at the end of the day because there were a lot of games not on Crisis Vector. Shocker. We had Mixu as our StarCraft 2 pro last time. He unfortunately did not get a win. Up against Vicious Dog-Lived Cheese. And then I can't remember who else he was against. Sausage, I think, on Quasar Quartet. Double Larvosk here for Crank It Out. It's a very similar build to what Arbiz was doing before, but obviously that was versus Terran. So this time it is versus Protoss. Also, that was versus a Terran who thought he was Protoss. So I don't know how similar the build order, like, environment is. Of course, there is a very fast Obeleth, which is a neat little tactic here that I'm not too consistently... I haven't experienced too much, let's just say. On the other side, we got Zevi going double Grand Library. I think she's going to be mostly building up some sort of shield-based composition. You think about like Amaranths and Ecclesiasts, it's basically unkillable. Oh, shit! 2 HP? Who buffed the Zetacore health? Who did it? Fight! Yeah, minimal economic disruption. But it was a pretty good scout. It scouted double Grand Library. But Krakata's going to think something of that. Vornath on the way. I do feel like overall, Krakata's not getting any Vespene. Krakata's got a Vornath halfway complete. I don't actually know. I mean, Vornath at this point was you're not getting any gas. You're definitely going for Vorvicors specifically. I actually think we're going to see the Amaranth have some real power in this kind of situation. Ecclesiast Amaranth, shielding forever, stealing shields and stuff forever. Say what you will about the presence of Vorvs, but this could be a really one-sided initial fight. However, Zevi is coming in with, the Burrow Trap is so sick. Oh my god, imagine the heart sink when that happens. Like, oh, it's a little too easy. Yeah, it sure is. Send that Amaranth to the mineral line, buddy, because you got nothing you can do here. Now, 3 Ecclesiasts down. The Amaranth is going to get picked apart. Oh, actually, it ends up escaping temporarily, funnily enough. It's just so hard to kill this thing, especially if it starts attacking. Yeah, Zevi kind of recognizing that. Need some more Amaranths, need some more Ecclesiasts. So we have 2 Matrixes going up in the 1-base situation. I'd love to see that Amaranth pinched off and attacking the mineral line. I feel like that would have been a great choice, but hard to react like that when your heartbeat starts pounding. Your Ecclesiast buddy ain't getting through, it doesn't look like. You can see the Amaranth trying to be buddy system with it. Here come the reinforcements. Trying to keep each other alive, at least benefit from what synergies exist, because really, this composition that Krankendow has such a limited shelf life, especially versus the Matrixes that are going to come up. Going after them directly, trying to tear them down, but Vorvs have such low DPS, it's all going to be down to the Quads, whether they can do anything or not. We'll see, because the Amaranths are up to 4 strong. They're doing what they can. Scribes are fighting as well. 1 Matrix has fallen. Look at the shields! Look at the shields, only now being able to finally kill a single one. Maybe not! That one with low HP refusing to die. And the Matrix, it will end up falling at the umpteenth hour, but look at how powerful Amaranths can be, man. Lost a couple of Scribes here to the Zethicores and the dying embers of this attack. We are down up to 31 workers, but no expansion for Crank, so a lot of those is going to be wasted in terms of efficiency. Effectively making this game a bit closer than it has to be. And now the infantry will be moving across the map. I bet a lot of people who weren't familiar with the Amaranth's game didn't know how powerful it could be. With 12 kills, 4 kills, you know, like pretty potent stuff here. 9 kills between 2 others. So, you know, this is scary. This is scary. Krankena did not make military units behind that. Made a lot of Droleth. And if the army comes across the map, Zevi could perform quite the upset. Ecclesius nudging that Ovaleth away. I mean, how can you even do anything versus... You saw how efficient those guys were. Sure, the Matrix was helping out quite a bit. But, I mean, the Zealot here for DPS as well. This looks unkillable. Let's see. Maybe Krankendow gives Zevi the runaround. Can she focus on the right targets is the question. One Amaranth off to the side. That's not a good start. Another one very low on health is going to finally be picked, but that shouldn't give you too much confidence here if you're playing Zerg, because that was the one with 4 health to begin with, and it stayed alive as long as it did. Little bit of laughter, victorious laughter perhaps, as Zevi continues to throw caution to the wind. Krankendow signing up for his inaugural weekend wage. He's going to get a freebie off of that Amaranth unless Zevi pulls it back, and she does. Now cycling forward. We need a circuit for consistent damage. We got no Hydras. We got nothing. This is the timer. Now we try to go after those juicy targets in the back. The Zerg sinking their claws into those Ecclesius. But hey, the pullback is there. The circuit might finish. Okay, it does. But is it even going to matter? Apparently, it's enough aura points that Zevi falls away, but I really don't think you need to worry too much about it, giving it a lot of respect. There's the good, quick Zeths around. Prostration stage and expansion coming for our Protoss player. Does there exist a timing, a window, where Zevi can get a Pariah out to really start clearing this? I feel like Storm would have been the way to go, but Vespene in such short supply. Harvesting with 2 workers there. This guy wasn't harvesting the whole time. Could have been going after the ridge. Some idle workers. Is there still one stuck between the Grand Libraries? No. That one's been taken. Capping the ridge, okay. Another Amaranth sacrificed off of the rally. More Circuit being set up for. Yeah, I think the window of action immediately has closed. We should be in a holding pattern with the Protoss attempting a sort of contain. As the Zeths and the Vorvs are not going to be able to do much. They could run past the entire army, which would be scary. But if they leave, then the circuits are not going to be enough alone. So there's this like mutually assured destruction option. And of course some lag. We need some of that. Hit him up his right in chat, though. Zevi had a window of winning, just didn't know the right moves. An Atreus is being made. Praise be to the Atreus. And we're back. No DDoS. So the tech is coming now for Krankendow, and the first Pariah is on the way. I think the timing is to attack with the first Pariah and all of the Ecclesiasts, although there's only 3 of them. I think Atreus makes sense to try to range down some of the static defense and whatnot. But yeah, I think the timing really is off of the 1 Pariah. If you let the Zerg build up any further than that, it's going to get ugly. As it stands, Krankendow has a much better economy, having taken that second base and having such a massive worker lead. Zevi being consistent on the scribe production off of the 2 Nexus, but obviously fell behind and had some idle workers besides after the initial attacks that went down. A lot more static defense coming up as well. It's going to make it really challenging. And 10 Lake is... Yeah, I think the window is about to close. The Atreus is done. Pariah number 1 moving across the map. There was a Sycophant queued. Instead, it was traded for another Pariah. This doesn't mean that Zevi is dead in the water, but she has to make really accurate decision-making from here, and I just don't know if that decision-making is correct. Like, is it easy? Is it easy to determine what it is? This is part of it. Taking another base, playing more defensively, not playing to attack off of the Pariah, because the Lakers are already here, and you have no detection. So what you need to do is slow the army from moving across, threaten the counterattack with your force, that mutually assured destruction we were talking about. Set up defenses around your natural. Set up defenses around your high ground third. Great choice of base to take. So, like, that part is correct, but I don't see the recognition of what's to come, partially because Zevi doesn't have perfect map knowledge like we do. Zevi doesn't know a lot of Lake is or waiting in the wings. Cantavis on the way, more Atreus for consistent damage, which I do think is really, really good. There's not that many Zoryus. Some of them are coming out now. There's a period of time where there's only 2 of them. So getting a scout out, seeing what's going on, sizing up the army. Did see the Pariah, so Krankendow knows what's up there. See, only one pariah on the front line. A second one is here as well, setting up for the surround. You really got to respect the pariah, though. So much DPS can come out of it. And there's the Ascension proc as well, which is in some ways worse, as the rest of the army is going to attack even faster. But it's all clumped up together. It's all clumped up together. The pariah taking those stutter steps backwards. Really, really good moves here. But the armor rent's going to come out courtesy of the Zorius, and that is going to allow that first pariah to go down. You really needed to be able to take that fight a little bit more cost efficiently. And the pariah was actually decolliding for a little bit there instead of attacking on a move command. And the Lakers weren't even fighting. That was really the primo opportunity for the Protoss to do something. An excellent Psystorm, but the Cantavis goes down to Lakers' spines. Hallucinated attack as well, just to add a little bit more DPS, but that's the full Protoss army right there. Gone. Dead in the water. Could finish that Zorius off at the very least. One brave Amaranth being killed by the reinforcements. No static defense actually being set up. Grant libraries for Sim City. Scribes off the rally, not quite working the way that you want. And it looks like Krankendow has weathered the storm. And it should be the, end of the line here for our Protoss in the upper bracket. Remember, there is a lower bracket in these. It's all best of ones. Very quick matches in theory. The Lakers are going nuts. The Armor Rend combined with the Hydras really does make short work of the Pariahs. I don't know if Zevi has intuited that she had an opportunity to properly kill Krankendow, and I really don't think canceling those Grand Libraries was the right play, because now there's no other targets for the Zerg to go after. Those were at least a wall, if you will. But now you're backed into a corner. Your scribes are being massacred by the Lakers. You have no detection, and you have no army left. It's just what monstrosities can come out of the prostration stage in short order, and it will not be enough. GG is called. Krankendow storms ahead to face Arbuz Budesh. All right, all right. But honestly, impressive start to the game from Zevi. Just should watch back that replay or the cast or whatever and see, okay, wait, hold on. I actually could have just beaten this guy, and that would have been shock and awe. I don't think Krankendow has gone up against that Grand Library style very much. So very, very cool stuff for sure. Go Bugs, says Smarty Cakes, who is indeed Zerg here. Do we have a match result for Marsupial v. Lucy or for Smarty v. Grass? That's good to know for me. Loser of Marsupial v. Lucy will be going up against Zevi. And now we will get Krankendow's map pick versus Arbuz. Okay, we have Smarty over Grass Eater. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to cast that. It'll be Germination, picked by Crank the Arbuz, by Krankendow. Just see something here. I actually haven't seen Germination much, and it still only has 4 witness slots, which is really weird. All right, we're going to have to change up this overlay if he rolls something other than Protoss. But we will go to Germination here. All right, lads, we are getting into our next matchup here, and it should be an exciting one. It's going to be Krankendow going up against Arbuz, who has rolled Terran. And Krankendow is playing 6-pool. Hold on. Okay, let's get our overlay fixed up, and let's, of course, take care of our prediction here on Twitch, because this is going to be an interesting matchup. I can't believe he's done it, dude. I can't believe it. All right, you guys have some time to predict, of course. It is going to be a stockade for Arbuz. This feels like he should be all right versus the 6-pool, to be honest. Should be just dandy. Smarty is right, it could have been hatched first. But something about it, something about the way that Krankendow has been typing. It just told me. Told me what was going on. So it is going to be a 2-stockade. We are going to have a lot of Zethra cores. What is Krankendow going to do when he comes in here and he sees that it is actually Terran? Admittedly, I mean, listen, a couple of Mavs or whatever, but this is honestly pretty spooky, this little 6-pool strategy. You are going to need to micro your way out of it. It's not a open and shut case that you're just going to be good to go. Perhaps the extra 5-second build time on the stockade matters a lot here. That Huracan is going to come out here. It would have already been done by now. Let's see how quick Arbuz is on the trigger. He's got a stim and he's got to get the hell out of dodge. I haven't seen his Terran really in general. Huracan is out. Getting a lot of clump damage. Krankendow focuses it down immediately, but was it enough? Now stimming back behind the Masons, who need to get active. There's another one stimmed, distracting some of them. One of them very, very wounded. Oh, yeah. Good to go here. Will be bested at the end, but this is a lot more manageable now. And you know that there was some economic disruption on the other side. As soon as the Mavs come out here, this one is over. A lot of minerals in the bank here for Arbuz. He's starting to harvest some Vespine gas. Frank going to try to be as annoying as possible with the one Zeth, but it will be bested at the end. And we have second Kagrant. Dude, Arbuz had to work for it. Arbuz had to do some, put some effort in, which is good. I dig it. I like that little 6-pool dynamic, actually. I think it's pretty good now. But at the same time, Crank must be a little bit upset. Like, you fucker, you told me you were Terran. You've been lying to everybody. You've been lying to me. And now you're actually Terran. When I 6-pool, you go bio. All right, let's see what Arbuz can do. He's up against Quaz on the high ground, so he really shouldn't be able to do much. Oh, he's going for it, though. He wants it. He's going to try to DPS him down. Arbuz Budesh channeling Shambler energy. And, well... I'm glad I said that right before he lost one Maverick and walked away. That was really good. Good prediction. Fulcrum starting up here for Arbuz. How does he want to navigate Terran? I mean, I just haven't seen him play Terran, right? So it's a little bit hard for me to postulate. The Vornath is coming up. Krankendow likely to go Vornath into an expansion before changing up the tech. Which is at least how the last game went versus Zevi. Cool to see these heavy hitters meeting in Weekend Wage already. I'm excited about that one. Avaleth rotating over, floating over, seeing what it can do. And it's got nothing in it. Krankendow likes this sort of fake out play. He fakes out with Avaleths more than he drops, but it only takes one time where you're like, oh, it's Crank Avaleth. It doesn't have anything in it, and it has something in it for it to be a problem. As the units pop down the ramp, the Zethra Core is going to come on down and see what's going on. And yeah, we're going to have some Ahmed action here as one Mason is brought dangerously low. Imagine being locked inside that Mason suit and then you just hear like the crunching of metal and some ravening mandible slapping against your armor and actually damaging it, your exosuit. That'd be pretty horrifying. Cestus on the way for the natural. One Maverick will stim across the map, which makes sense. I think you should actually do that to the 3rd and all potential satellite bases. You can also use it to spot for drops and the like. I feel like stuff like that's really good for having map awareness. There's going to be a Vornath-infused army, a Vorvikor-infused army, and a worker pull here to saturate that second base. The Cestus will make attacking this position really hard for Pool. It basically guarantees Arbus will get out of the early stages of the game and pop into a more, like, force the Zerg to tech out of this position, right? You can go like Lyrillus Calculus and break this down over time, but the tempo just isn't with you at that point, right? So he's going to come in here. I think when you see that overlay, it's time to turn around. Remember that, obviously, economically, we would favor Arbus here. Krankendau has more workers now, but remember who had the more workers for the longer period of time. So, like, still resources mined is going to be in favor of the Terran for a little bit here. Third base going to come online, and pretty soon we'll actually be switching gears. You know, Krankendau is, in the next 2 minutes or so, going to be coming out of the deficit that he put himself in with the pool. Part of that is because Arbus went for a more passive follow-up to the 6 pool experience. So, you know, that just kind of is how it is. Like, when you think about, like, a 4 pool, it's really committed, right, in StarCraft 1. A 6 pool, just by nature of how the economy works and how units work in Cosmonarchy, isn't quite as much of a deficit. It is still something. Arbus now trying to pilot his Vulture Bike away, but if Arbus was the pilot, he would have crashed and burned, apparently. Expansion is on the way. It's going to be lifted down to the location, and Avaleth will be knocked into vision range of it somewhat unintentionally, and we got some Blackjacks and some Matadors. I don't necessarily rate Blackjack too highly versus Zerg, but I think that there's a time where it is actually useful, which would be when they start fielding like Zoryus or Ultracore, anything that you need to like focus fire. Because Blackjacks have pretty reasonable stats for that, right? 2 armor pen, yeah, only 8 damage, but they're going to ignore like most of the Zoryus armor. You don't really need the flames as much when you've got Blackjacks in that respect. And also, you have Matadors for everybody else that does need the fire, like the Maverick. So it does end up synergizing pretty nicely. We got the Anseal for detection here. So it looks like a reasonable little blob that Arbus has assembled. The only concern I have is that I don't know how well he controls a Terran army. So let's see. He's set up for a bit of a ball. He's trying to turtle out and see if his shell will be cracked. The Mavericks are stemmed very, very nicely. It looks like this bottom flank is going to be dealt with, but as I say that, the reinforcements come in for Krankendau and are eventually able to crush the position. So the Anseal will fly towards the enemy base, specifically looking to scout out the depth of the military. He knows that obviously his opponent still has more military units than him, but he did get some valuable information. Still, this swings back into the Zerg's favor. We have an anchor that's ungarrisoned. We have a Cesta still that's not been moved over to a more defensive posture around the ramp. Krankendau has an opportunity to really finish the job here, and he'll even go ahead and kill the Anseal. One last defensive measure. A humongous lobotomy mine, but actually, it feels like Krankendau decided not to engage upon that. Another Fulcrum. This will help like wall stuff off, so I don't mind putting your production in the front there. Much better than putting your tech there. I still remember that Lucy versus SG ZZZ game. Might have been in Acropolis 3 qualifiers, if I'm remembering correctly, and Lucy was playing Zerg at the time, and SG put his Atlas in his 3rd base. It died, and he rebuilt it. And it died again, by the way, so... Yeah, shout out that guy. What a legend. Seriously, he's a cool homie. Spreading the word of Cosmonarchy to the Spanish-speaking audience. Got a couple extra Fulcrums coming online around here, anchor to support the wall, and obviously on Germination, you really want to, you know, protect this left flank, but that's what the units are for. It's kind of like in between this position so he doesn't get flooded. Behind this, we don't have any other tech for Krankendau. Instead, it looks like he's got a Nath patrolling over here in case of drop. Going to be taking 12 o'clock pretty soon. Static defense set up at the 3rd. A more passive point for Crank. He doesn't really want to power on through and just like look to eliminate the composition or look to do some kind of run by onto the base itself. It is a pretty well turtled position here for Arbus, it must be said. He's got a lot of idle Mason. He's done all of this turtling, and it's without Phalanx or Madrigal, right? No Palladium add-on. No add-on for the Stockades. It's just 2 naked fulcrum producing Cyprians. Remember that Cyprians are a little more pricey in this patch. They have 75 minerals instead of 50. I think they're well statted enough to warrant that, but hasn't stopped Arbuz from making a whole ton of them. And there's tier 2. Atlas is underway. Lodestone on the third base. Love it. Think that this will definitely help that situation. Lodestone is going to get online here, I think, without too much of an issue. And you can see Crankendow poking. I think at this point he's going to realize, yeah, he needs more tech, so his Hydrith Den will pop soon. He'll probably go all the way up to the apex tier of the Hydrith tech tree, if you will, the tech branch, and double upgrade the Den. But I could be wrong about that. The ski back comes out. It feels like he was thinking about what he wanted to do, actually, with that, how deep he wanted to go. He's making a lot of Lyrilisks. So think about it like this. Crankendow has an army that can absolutely trade and beat what Arbuz has as an army. But it can't break into a defensive position. Arbuz should recognize that he doesn't win an army fight here without some kind of, transfer out of tech. So he's going to add more fulcrums to keep this wall going. He would need, like, Palladium and then Mass Madrigal or something. Or he would obviously need to actuate his tier 2, which is what his plan actually is. We can tell based on how that has gone. So Blackjacks are going to put forward here and see what they can come up with. Little scrap walkers. So he scouts out that 12 o'clock has been taken. He's looking at 9 o'clock, nothing there. And the Zerg are just kind of moving back and forth in the area. A single Lyrilisк is in the Sovoleth. I'm not really sure how that happened, but that could be annoying. So let's see. Tier 2 could get scouted out here. It is going to be mantles as opposed to captaincies. So we're probably going to be seeing like Durandal Cataphract. Maybe just Cataphract, honestly. You got enough front line over here with the Matadors as well that you don't strictly need to have the Durandals. So now the army is revealed in terms of where it is. That's kind of all of the information Arbuz seems to have been looking for this time. And he is going to go for some sort of engagement. This kind of engagement favors the Terran pretty massively. So you're going to get a lot of cost inefficiency going up there. By the way, we spent a lot of time talking about what Arbuz's game plan is. Over-expanding him, out-expanding him is Krankendow's game plan, as well as going for that Apex Scab. So he's going to go all the way up to the Tethvith Swamp and go for some Tetzoricors, which makes a lot of sense. He currently doesn't need to worry about going Vith. Terrans aren't really filtering a lot of air units in. If this was like a big Antseal stack, you could maybe justify 1 or 2 Vithrilisks just to spread the debuff to the ground units underneath it, but there's only 1 Antseal. It's probably gonna... If it dies, it's gonna die in like an incidental sort of situation. And I love this army positioning from Crankendow. He might not know it just yet. Oh, and you see all of these backbills being made. You kind of know what's going on. Yeah, he doesn't know that this is where Arbuz's blob is, but he was setting up to crunch it very quickly. I don't know why he's reacting so heavily to the Antseal. What is he trying to deny scouting for exactly? Nothing too revolutionary, per se, being done here. The backbills will actually finish instead of getting canceled, so a little bit of lost money there for our Zerg player. Nathracor is going to clear the Antseal, so no scouting of tier 2. Hi, we're Blackjacks. We're part of the team now. Zerg here. Arbuz has a big blob, but I do feel like he's just going to get surrounded and eliminated. That being said, he has a ton of Cyprians. Trying to out-Zerg the Zerg, as he often does. And Crankendow's been pretty lax about unit production in the most immediate history. Cataphracts are starting to filter in. He's got 2 of the Gigawalkers walking around. He's hit the stop key on his army, so this is the opportunity where Crankendow is going to look to try to overwhelm and crash upon, surround, and execute, or will Arbuz somehow break free from the prison of Zerg? It's a multi-screen engagement here as the Tetzoricors step forward. The Matadors only now starting to apply their fire and allowing everybody else to get a little bit of DPS down, but the Bactylisks are reigning supreme over the backline, and the Tetzoricors just break through. There's way too many Zergs still left alive. And that's the army positioning Crankendow needs. Behind it, he puts down his tier 2. He expands to the top right, and even if he hadn't, GG is still called. Arbuz is eliminated from the upper bracket, pushed down to the lower bracket, and Random did not have his back today. He will await the winner of the next match of Grass Eater, actually. Look at that. Kutiam asks if a fire rate faster than the Dilaton is possible. It is the fastest possible fire rate. I don't think you can. I don't think it even benefits from like attack speed increases. Like if you were allied with a Protoss that ascended it or something. I don't even think. I think it fires as fast as the max speed for the Savant. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe I made it just 1 frame slower than the maximum. Anyway, Frankendow is going to be able to take it out. Pretty good. Excellent stuff. So that means that we are waiting for Marsupial versus Lucy. Yeah, Charlatan comboed with the Dilettante. That's a way to get the DPS a little bit higher. I don't know if Newt has already had a game. Looks like there was a DQ, so we're just going to advance Lucy over. And Newt wants to play Acid Test. It'll be TVT. Winner of this match will face Smarty Cakes, and the winner of the Smarty Cakes match will face Crankadow in a best of 3. Meanwhile, that means that we should have technically DQ'd Marsupial already from both matches, but Lucy, I didn't know that there was no match being played this whole time. All right, let's go ahead and handle our next matchup then. And we're going to Acid Test. Newt really likes playing TVT on Acid Test, I noticed. I thought they were having a big banger too, Smarty. This whole time I was like, damn, an hour game? Can't wait to cast that. I hope the replay works. We should replace Marsupial with Ultra 7. That would be a hilarious game, Lucy Ultra. If Ultra 7 is still here, that you would have been the banger. All right. While I am, the lobby is up. I will BRB and use this opportunity to get water. You know that's kind of important, right? So yeah, I'll return in a moment. I have returned. Newt woke up just in time to sign up for this tournament. And here we go. He's now going to be on the screen, on the stream, up against Luciferius, the homie. A homie who has been homieing for longer than most other homies. How did Luciferius come to find the No Frauds Club? I wonder about that sometimes. I try to remember. Where is he from? Was it from Inconsummate? Was it from the Let's Plays? I think it might have been from Inconsummate. A lot of the really old school guys know me because of Inconsummate. So I'm trying to remember if that's when Lucy popped in here or not. Anyway, Newt is in the bottom right. He is our Alice Blue Terran, and Luciferius is in the top right as our I'm gonna say our Jet Black Terran. There you go. I was considering Jet Black versus regular black, but it was indeed Jet Black. It's gonna be a fulcrum first for both players. Lucy's gonna go ahead and put his down a little bit closer to the ramp, it looks like. Oh, no, he's not. What's he gonna do then? I wonder. Okay, this is just really late. Okay, that's fine. This could be an anticlimactic match just because Lucy has not played a lot. And so, you know, he might need to wait until he goes down to fight Grass Eater for there to be like a more even fight in that respect. By the way, loser of this match will go down to fight Grass Eater. But this is seed number 9, Lucy, the bottom seed of the entire tournament, going up against Newt, who is the top seed of the entire tournament, believe it or not. So we have a Fulcrum, an Anchor, and a Quarry. This is a very unconventional build. That is one of the strengths of Luciferius, is he enjoys the unconventional. So he's going to go basically what Lucy is going to try to do here is he is going to try to defend anything Newt throws at him. And look at this. He's even being annoying with his Mason. He won't kill the Mason, but he'll annoy what Newt is up to. He'll get some frustration set in. And he'll go Goliath in the Anchor. I love this so much. And he's going to start making Talos. And so what we need to see out of him next is a treasury, you know. He probably wants to take this Fulcrum, lift it off, and put it by the ramp to block Vulture run-bys. His Goliath is actually going to be moving out ahead of time. And it will actually shoo the Vulture away. We have an Anchor being built at 2 o'clock, which could be the cause of some consternation. Maybe the Cyclops will be in the Anchor then. He's just going to face tank the mine hits. That's fine. Talos will move off to the side. There are no neutral town centers here. Oh, it's not what I thought at all. Dude, this entire time I thought this was going to be some goofy macro build. He's brought the Talos to repair the Goliath. He's pulling a page out of Shopkeeper Dog's book in his debut in the Battleman stage. This is the opening match of Group D, or was it Group C, between Shop Dog and Aoud. And Aoud had to deal with this build as well. The Cyclops are going to be repaired by the Talos. We got multiple Talos, one on each unit. No way, dude. Well, it's going to get burst down pretty quickly, but you can't kill the Goliath. It's just not possible. The repair build. Goliath, good unit. Second Goliath comes on in. Everybody gets stunned at the end there. But what do you do against that? You know, you got your Anchor. Well, like, what happens? So we do have a single Vulture been elevated in. It's got 1 kill so far. It could cause some problems. 1 Vulture is being made. The Talos is like, wait, I can't attack. So I guess I'll just, instead of hanging back to repair the homies, I'll just fly across. So this is a very all-in position now. Lucy's Vulture will get broken up, but we got 3 Talos. And this is a really good choice here. He needs to make sure he's on the ball with who to repair. Oh, it's being focused down to the back now. That's a big mistake from Lucy. He still hasn't cleared out the guy who's attacking his main base. He's got to fall back. He lost both Goliaths. That should be the end of the build. That should be the end of the road. But you can see the recipe, dude. You can see what's going on here, man. I can't believe he just took that stun. Which Mason got the kill? Yeah. Champion. You can see the vision. Now he's got Talos so he can come back home. He's like, all right, whatever. But no, he's going to concede. He's going to say GG. Oh, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a game of Cosmonarchy. I really respect Lucy's effort. I feel like that was really good, honestly. That could have been so very good. That could have been so very good. But listen, guys, imagine if somebody does that. Somebody pulls that out now that they've seen the recipe, that they've seen the inspiration. I can't wait to see that, dude. That's going to be so good. It already was. I was hyped as hell. I was like, yeah, dude, you got Goliaths, you got 4 Talos, three Talos at the time. It's an older trick, but it still works. All right. What's up, Dog Lived? I see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well, man. See Kutiam also in the chat. Obviously, he was the one who asked that question earlier. Yeah, Lucy plays pretty infrequently. That's for sure. We're going to go to Knife's Edge to host Newt versus Smarty. And we are going to be seeing some TVZ action again. Not since the first game have we seen that. Oh, no, that's not true. We just saw that on Germination. Forgot about the random. All right, and Grass Leader picks Crisis Vector into Luciferia. We'll see if Juja can host that one. Bye-bye, Smarty. Good luck. And good luck to you, Lucy, for your lower bracket game. I hope that you're able to somehow annihilate Cheese Grass, and even if it's a loss at the end, I hope it's a really funny game. Smarty's going to take a pee break, so we have a little bit more time here. This means that I have an opportunity to show you the bracket as it has been set. Let's do it. So, this is our bracket so far. Lucy got a walkover on Marsupial, who is pretty close to being walked over. Let's see, that was... Yeah, we were about 15 minutes out or so from them being walked over by Zevi as well for a no-show. Anyway, Newt just won over Luciferius. Now we're going to be facing Smarty Cakes. We had Smarty win over Grass Eater. We didn't cast this game, so we're going to do that later. Maybe not on this stream, but at some point later, because I want to cast all of the games, if I can. Kutiam was taken out by Arbuz. We saw that. We also casted Crankadao over Zevi on Crisis Vector. This one on Near Impact. This one on Germination. Crankadao picked that and was able to win out versus Arbuz's Terran. Started as a 6-pool. That was a pretty good game. And then, of course, down here, we are waiting on Kutiam's next opponent. Will likely be Zevi, unless Marsupial shows up and then also beats Zevi. But obviously, as you can see by the seeding here, I favor Zevi there. And then Grass Eater versus Lucy is going to be ongoing in the lower bracket whenever Jujic gets around to it, or whenever I get around to it, I suppose. We will see about that. But we're shaping up to see a best of 3 between the winner of this match, Newt versus Smarty, and Crankendown. I think that's going to be a very fun one. So that is our bracket thus far. Hope you guys appreciate the little check-in every now and then. I like to give you guys the information. Yeah, 6-pool has adaptation to your random. I like it, Arby. If Jujic isn't around to do admin work in the lower bracket, I will probably go ahead and cast, Kutiam Zevi and Grass Eater Lucy or whatever after this Newt Smarty match. So then maybe that might delay the best of 3 up there, but yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to Kutiam Zevi if Zevi's able to get through, which seems very likely as we still haven't heard from Marsupial. But it would be really cool to have that rematch in the modern era, because Kutiam's been playing way more games than Zevi has, but Zevi showed a higher level of base skill. And I guess also you can say Protoss LOL. It's like, Zevi's playing Protoss. That's the easy race. But yeah, let's see. Looks like our players are ready. We're going to go ahead and get rocking and a rolling. We should add timestamps to the lobby chat. That would be helpful. All right, lads, here we go. We have in here on the right-hand side spawn at 3 o'clock, it's Newt the Dark Lavender Terran player. And in the bottom left, we have Smarty Cakes, the Dark Green Zerg player. So let's see how this matchup goes. I'll go ahead and get the predictions rolling for you. I was so excited about the Newt Lucy game, I didn't even put a prediction on. Newt and Smarty Cake. You guys have not seen this matchup yet, but there was a match between Newt and Cannoli in the Tribunal stage. I believe it's due to upload tomorrow, or due to go live. Let's see here. Oh, actually, no, it's not due to drop until the 10th. Well, that's sad. That's okay. Anyway, there was a tournament match between Newt TVZ, is what I'm trying to say. And so that is, that's an interesting situation, right? And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that series may surprise you. And that gives me some hope for Smarty in this matchup. Although he did get drubbinged, 0-3 against Doglived, and it was the same matchup. But I think he's learned from that. There's like, on the one hand, the optimistic view for Smarty is, well, yeah, he's learned. And perhaps also optimistically for Smarty, maybe Newt hasn't learned. That's all I can say there. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I feel like with the mech start here, Newt is trying something a little bit different. I wonder if he's kind of hiding his bio strats, or he's just going to feel it out or whatever. But I do wonder about that, right? Like, does he think that vultures are just better, or is he just going to do it versus Smarty and then, like, whip out his... Oh, that's an interesting little tile bug. Jujic tile found. We found a Jujic tile, guys. But, yeah, the mech style I don't think is... Like, it can be played. I'm not even saying it's a bad style. But I do think it leaves something to be desired versus a lot of pool openers. And Hydrith openers have kind of gone out of vogue, so... The Rilla cores are going to clear the mines. Oh, he was technically off Kagra. Brutalized. Maybe I can detect Kagra Edge, and not just Kagra main tile. Might fix some of those issues. I was unsuccessful in my previous attempts. There's going to be an anchor on the high ground here made to contain the Zerg. I know that people have said that Knife's Edge is not good for this particular matchup, and Crank and I was just saying that in YouTube chat as well. I think there's the cheeky things you can do. He's already got the Ovoleth to try to detect. He'll reveal that the containment is up. What do you do in this situation? Do you go straight into, trying to bust it with Vornath, or do you try to go for, like, a Hydra bust, or do you just go, like, double Ovoleth and then drop everything in the main base because the Terran has nothing at home? I don't know. There's a couple of things. I like the Circuith in front of the Larvosk, though. That's good. He's going to go Vornath. Personally, I do think, like, on this map, if your opponent is getting into this kind of pattern often, it's actually really good to go for, counter drop or whatever. Double Cyclops in there is going to be a problem. It seems like, despite scouting out those mines earlier, we have an attempted bust, and it will work, shockingly. Little pullback there at the end, and trying to kill the Cyclops in the process. But yeah, he's busted the anchor. The Vultures were not in the right position. They were actually, I think they were laying mines so they could hunt for drops, funnily enough, as I was talking about how good drops are. And I guess that's the push and pull. You scout your opponent doesn't have the Vultures there, you just go ahead and kill the anchor. There you go. Cyclops being repaired is a good move. Yeah, Vultures are going to make this really obnoxious to try to deal with. You can technically do the Vulture micro move, the anti-Vulture micro move, where you pick up the unit in the Ovoleth. Projectile then hits nothing. Pretty cute. One pair of Naths on the way. I actually really like one pair of Naths. You just force a lot of anti-air response. And Cyclops suck at that because they're just going to kill the Masons with you. They're helping you. A lot of Zeth, a lot of Vorv, a lot of Quaz. Well, not a lot of Vorv, maybe. Humongous stun, though. Excellent work there from Smarty. He has a real chance to break this. Vorv ensnaring the Goliath, reducing its DPS quite a bit. Cyclops helping out, mostly Smarty. And now the Nathicores are scouted out. Reinforcing Cyclops are going to be dealt with. Well, maybe not. Well, that one's going to just about die. 12 HP left. No expansion just yet. 8 pairs of Zeths instead. He needs to get on the ball with his workers, but Very good start here. Doesn't borrow that one, so... Oh, but he might have just actually baited him in a little bit. Not quite. He's burrowing it now. More Zeths where that came from. Very low worker count for our Zerg. Expansion almost complete. But I do think trading down those units favored the Zerg a little bit, so... Let's see. I want to keep an eye on like how healthy the Nathricors are, because if they stay alive, they can actually go ahead and pressure the... forcing watchdogs and stuff. Yeah, like, if he had killed them there, maybe he wouldn't have. Expansion going down. When does Smarty feel safe enough to make workers? Because, this is the map that completed the reverse sweep of Shambler, if I remember correctly anyway, on as far as it being the decider. And, like, Grass Eater almost had held all of the wanton aggression that was being thrown at him by Shambler. But he tried to build Droleth like maybe a minute or two early, 30 seconds too early, He needed one more rotation of units before building Droleth, and then he didn't, and he died. Sometimes it can be that brutal. I mean, there's a lot of other mistakes made earlier in the game, but because of the state of the game at that time, that was the killer move, if you will. You're going to get some anti-drop defense. I love that. Smarty's one of the few players that actually just builds Royal Cores and then leaves them in there. I think I saw Crankendow doing that recently. Obviously, Grass Eater does the cute patrol move, where he patrols off of the K grid to get vision. Fadeaway shot from the Vulture. That's cute. Good mine coverage off to the sort of left flank of his base. Newt is just powering up his economy. Up by 10 workers for now. He's still on 3 Folk. Does he want to stay on this for a while and not even bother teching until he gets to tier 2? It seems unlikely on its face, but he is forced to respect what Smarty is offering. Daka makes reels? Okay. I've definitely seen Rilla Rokors in your games before, Crane. Maybe it's not a common thing. But I have seen it with my eyeballs. Scrapyard on the way. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe you mistakenly made them. And I'm like, look at Crankendow's amazing usage of the Rilla Rokor. Nathricor is flying in. Not able to get too much. That was only one of them. Where's the other? They both lived. Maybe I missed the other one flying in at some point. One Stockade. Probably going to be for that Vestry add-on. But I have... Listen, I've seen Covenant and then like 3 Stockade Savant at a Kutian. Which actually didn't seem too bad. It just... because he was already behind in other ways. Is Smarty going to be able to secure another base in the meanwhile? Vulture's still patrolling around, seeing what they can find, if anything. Gonna have to micro versus the Zethicors quite a bit. Oh, I love the pull away with a ton of other Zeths, like in a position where Newt is unlikely to see them. I guess technically Smarty still doesn't really know where his opponent is, so as he gets here, he'll know. Okay, he's in the other spawn. Weird to get 8 minutes into a game, and only now do we have. Well, no, he flew the Nath over here, so that was intentional. But I think that was his first scout, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he's pulling away from the mines very expertly here. Does he really want to sandwich I mean, there's a lot of Cyclops over here, so you're not going to get much value going in there, but is he really hell-bent on sandwiching the Vultures with Zeths, of all things? He's got Lyras, Hydrith Den, Khazitra. Yeah. Can't really deal with that right now, so the Vultures are going to start cycling away. They're pretty speedy. Ooh. Little fadeaway shot on that one guy. There's a lot of Zeths. They can play Minesweeper. They could do some friendly splash maybe on the Zeths, onto the Cyclops rather, so that could be one thing. Oh, one Lyrillus goes down. So sad. Matadors are being made. We got Shamans coming up online. This is the mech version of what counters the bounce damage from the Lyrilisks, where you have to then turn it into a bit of a wedge. Now, he's going to send a Droleth up here, but there is still a Vulture in that spot, and so it only takes 3 shots for the Droleth to die. Let's see how fast the reaction time is. He's going to go ahead and burrow it. Newt did not react quickly. I love the units over here were like, no, our guard post is too important. Send somebody else. So other people were sent. So that's the third base now available for Smarty to take. I'm a little bit concerned about the level of, just the level of damage that Newt is capable of taking and also like dishing out with the army comp that he has. The Cyclops damage isn't really going to stack up because of the Shamans. You know, we'll slowly repair everything over time. Gonna have a lot of Calculisks, which can be helpful. But, you know, versus the Matador, what is your answer to the Matador? That's the question. Lyrilisks can try to, you know, one-tap the Shaman, right-click the Shaman or whatever. Avaleth has 6 claws in it, is only going to unload 1, unfortunately. A lot of friendly splash over here, at least one Cyclops going down. The Shaman will try to deal with everything else. Oh. Expired, dismantled. More calcs on the way. He's really committing to the pool part of this. Man, he's got so many larvae as well. Gonna make a lot of quas. Terran compositionally looks good, but no expansion yet. No base number 3. Nothing actually going on over yonder. Oh dear. Yeah, fear the Matadors when they're deployed. They have the Matador deployment gives them attack speed, and it guarantees them 4 armor, whereas they only conditionally have the 4 armor if they're facing their attacker. Alright. The Cyclops will be able to deal with limited numbers of Calculisks due to their splash damage. There's also some Goliaths in here, or at least, yeah, 2 Goliaths. No defenses up here for any static. He's just going to have to concede the base, it looks like. Luckily for him, you know, the 3rd base is not actually online yet. Oh, a Shaman. That's a good pick. How many Shamans are actually here? Only 2? It looks like. Yeah, only 2 Shamans. Now, that one doesn't get picked. Instead, it looks like Smarty considering a counterattack. He has a pretty big army. Is he going to be able to overwhelm in the same way that we saw Arbuz get overwhelmed by Frankendow? That's the question. Calculisks are staying alive. Really, really good spacing on the army initially for Smarty Cakes. I don't know if he has enough. He's started to filter in some Hydra and some Bactyl, but the Matadors are staying alive forever. The Shamans were not focused. The Shamans were not focused down, and so the sustain is able to eat up all the bounce damage, all the penetration damage from the Calculisk, and the bounces from the Lyra, the bounces from the Bactyls that kind of came in towards the end of that. It was somewhat costly, but way more blood than metal scrap on the ground. Kind of tells the story of how that fight went. Feels like Zerg armies typically get right on top of the Shamans and then just don't kill them. So you end up in a situation where the healing is just way, way, way too good over time. There's a reason why Terrans are making them. 2 more Shamans coming out. Yeah, 2 at a pop, too. It's going to get really hard now. That was probably Smarty's best chance at managing the Shaman count. Even if he just killed all the Shamans and disengaged. They're expensive units. You kill them. I mean, 6 Shamans is enough to make an Atlas. So when you put it like that, that's pretty bad. So I end up hashing from Newt, so we'll see if anybody else reports anything. But it doesn't look like they're busy. It doesn't look like they're saying much, so we'll see how that goes. The engagement's going to come in. This looks like it's a little bit better from Smarty. But the Cyclops and the Matador count is so huge, dude. Smarty just does not have enough. And now the Matadors are going to dive forward. There's still a dozen of them. One of them might pop here. Indeed, it does. You can see that they are actually mortal when they step away from the Shamans, but I don't think there's enough, man. Contained on 2 bases. Now going to mass up with the reinforcements coming across. Smarty panicking, trying to use his Khaztrith. Shamans are going to deploy. The mech is going to do what it can. And it's just too tanky with all the healing. Those repairs mean so much for the mech army. GG is called. Smarty knows he's been bested. And that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Newt's able to take it. And that will be best of 3 versus Krankendow. He can do some more TVZ moves. Whereas, meanwhile, we are just about ready to call it quits. Yeah, looks like... Looks like we're looking at Marsupial being DQ'd, so we're going to be seeing Kutium versus Zevi, TVP. And I will go ahead and get the upper bracket game rolling. Yeah, the early fight, if you had all your units together, and specifically if you killed the shamans, that's one of the things we were talking about. But it was it was closer than I think people would have thought looking at the two players. I think Smarty dude, you're not a bad Cosmonaut. You are, especially since you keep changing your race. You're uphill battle, but good stuff. All right, Newt is going to pick our first map. We are into series play in the upper bracket. It's a best of 3 between him and Kranken. Alrighty. Acid Test will be our first map. Newt knows the rules. He can't pick Knife's Edge as map 1 since he just picked it versus Smarty. He can pick it as the decider if it goes that long. Let's see. It kind of is. I think that makes it an interesting strategy for players who are like, okay, I picked Knife's Edge already, so yeah, he was doing Mech versus Smarty. I don't know if he's going to do Mech versus Krankendow. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's just having to pick not just your play style or whatever you're trying to do in the mind games in that department, like sandbagging or changing your strats or something, but you have to go an extra step, an extra layer. You got to space out your map pick. I think that's cool. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Look at that. We have crystal clear, sharp connection. No high brain cells required, it would seem. And here's our best of 1. Or our best of 3, rather. Map 1 is Acid Test. That's what I meant to say, our map 1. Newt in the top right is our Zinwaldite Brown Terran, and Kranken down the bottom right is our Maroon Zerg. We are going to be seeing Acid Test, a Port of Litmus, ordered by yours truly. A fairly box standard port. There is really nothing going on with it in all things. I'll get the Twitch prediction back up. Yeah, Krankendow also thinks that it is a Terran-favored map in the matchup, and I can see why. I think some innovation will be required from Zerg players, and maybe there's not that much that can be done. Like, I'm open to that possibility, but it's also like, while Knife's Edge has been around for some months now, you guys have to understand that in my conception of like what a long time is, we're talking like, yeah, after maybe 3 years of play, I could consider a map old. And like most people are not going to wait that long. And to be fair, the maps don't stick around for necessarily that long either. We evolve and innovate the map design over time and stuff, and so that's cool. But I do think Knife's Edge is a really neat map. I have a feeling that we're going to end up seeing some interesting games on it, and I think there is play for Zerg. It's probably spawn dependent. I think the bottom left spawn versus the top left spawn is probably fine. The biggest thing you got to worry about is air, but you can defend fairly well, I think. I think that the spawn configuration Newt got is probably pretty favored, and if if the Terran spawns in the bottom left, I don't know. It's probably about even to the left side spawn. If they spawn top left versus bottom left, it's probably not that different. But I'd have to see. I'd have to see it evolve over time. We have a 2 Folks opener. Newt going Vultures again. Very early Ovaleth. We can see now that this is just for a scout. 1 pair of Zets and everything else into Quaz is going to insulate him versus the Vulture. I like that he's also being able to pull the Vulture away, which is going to give time for the Quaz to reach the ramp. So pretty well dialed in here, Crankendow is. I love the body block as well. You can send the mine for the Zeth forward to clear the mine. And unless Newt wants to invest all his APM into microing that Vulture, it's going to be hard for him to single-handedly, with 1 Vulture, single-vulturedly, kill all of the Quaz on the low ground, especially doubly so when they go up a ramp. At that point, it's pretty impossible to do. Unless you have a really, really strong amount of Vultures. Now, this is a map that, by the way, good to pick versus Protoss, because Obtectons can't fit down the bottom spawn. You can fit down here. You can't fit down here. So that's just something that I haven't been able to achieve a working fix for yet. But I will at some point. Or not. I'm not sure what. But, you know, we can just extend the ramp both sides, and then it'll be symmetric, but still Obtectonable. We can't make the Obtecton any smaller, because it already looks very, very silly when you put a lot of them together. Really, the unit itself... I guess you could argue the unit could be made smaller, model-wise. We could render it out smaller. That's possible. The model does need a lot of work, to be fair. It needs a non-profane reskin. And then we can keep the profane one and have it be like Calendric or something. Alright, so we got lots of Vorvs being made. Crankendow is setting up for a bust out, but there isn't really much of a containment here. Yeah, there's 6 Volts, but the minefield is pretty slim, right? There's more mines on these Vultures. But pretty much all of the mines are going to pop here. And, you know, there's going to be some damage these Vultures can do, but this is not a very committed containment. Instead, Newt is getting his expansion up faster. He's doing some good damage to the Vorvs, though. He's already killed 1. Just being annoying. I like cranking up, banking off to the right-hand side here. Trying to snap and catch a couple of these Vultures. If he gets the ensnare off on any of them with the Vorv hit, it's going to be pretty good. But he's taking a lot of damage on his front line. It should take the claws out of this attack. Maybe. Maybe. The mine hit's actually backfiring here for Newt. Hold on. The Zets are really going at him. And the Cyclops, oh, they're both dead immediately outside the anchor. He's got more up the ramp, but he's going to lose some progress on the workers. Big Vulture stun onto his own Vultures. He's going to have to airlift the Ministry. And the Cyclops are going to be in a desperate bit of survival here as the Vultures are cleaned up down there. This doesn't necessarily mean Newt is out of the game, but he is in a lot of danger. Goliath out here was not helping with the front fight. He's actually going to remember that he has it now. Oh, I love the Masons just to frustrate this block a little bit, but you know the Cyclops are going to be happy to do some friendly fire. A lot of Masons going down, and all the Cyclops are basically dead. Well, actually, 2 of them will stay alive at the end of the day, and we only end up losing 2 Masons, not the end of the world. We did lose a bunch down here as well. So, feels like overall, Crankendow is going to be somewhat happy with that. Newt can come back into it with double Mason production. Hydra then on the way before an expansion. Yeah, I feel like Crank should have already had his hatch down and behind that, but obviously it was very micro-intensive to do the things he was doing. Good hold. Good hold. Vultures aren't really going to be able to do too much versus Vorvs. Hatch is now coming down. I still think Newt actually maintains economic advantage. Stockade will come through. Not able to get an add-on natively where it's positioned, so that's going to need to be done up a little bit differently. It's going to be Scrapyard. Newt wants the Matadors out. He's more or less abandoned Bio so far in the matchup. Maybe he's saving that exploration for later. Hydras are now starting to filter out. Frankendow did look pretty deadly with that attack, but you can see Newt has bounced back very nicely. 8 Mason lead over the Droleth count. Slowed lobotomy mine, not something you see every day. Mines are just going to slow this attack down a little bit, but it is going to be coming across the map. He's got the Vestry as part of the wall, the anchor behind it with Cyclops galore. And now Matadors are going to start to filter through. So our Zerg player should have a tough time of it trying to actually breach this position. Indeed, he's turned away at the pass, so Crankendown now catching up in the workers, starting to add some Bactals. And Bactals can turn this defensive position into a liability, bouncing off of the stockade, hitting the anchor, that sort of thing. Can be pretty challenging. Pulling some of the Masons off of his mineral line to help better saturate the natural makes a lot of sense. Will we see a third base floated over to 2 o'clock? Will we see it over at 11 instead? Ooh, wow. We've not seen this before. The Cyclops have the splash damage to break down the stacked stasis chambers, and now from across the pond, they're going to walk up the ramp and just start throwing a wrench into his plans, see what kinds of things they can do. With that open, and now the front line also being a bit of a problem, they're going to stack up a lot of damage onto these Droleths. Only one of them going down so far. Circuits have defended somewhat well. But more can die, and maybe more will die. No, the answer is not, but that's a lot of lost mining time. A big distraction. Had to abandon his forward position. And Vulture going to go ahead and lay a lobotomy mine over there probably. Base number 3 was attempted. Matador will get cleaned up in the middle soon. Frankendow going to be making the Tethfith Swamp. Actually, the Matador falls away. Yeah, 1 or 2 more hits would have changed the game there, as Lucy points out in the chat. I really love that. This is the first time we've actually seen somebody blow this open, by the way. I think it's actually not a stacked stasis chamber anymore, if I remember correctly. Because ally save splash damage is not something that damages neutral structures anymore, so you can't use like Lake is, you can't use, you know, a Cantor's. Really, Terran was the only one who could do it, so I decided to just make it 1. But still, very cool tactic. Yeah, there might have been opportunities to do some damage across here. I think the Circuit would have covered it. Oh, yeah, not really. Look at that. But he wanted to go straight for the main. I like that. He also scouts out the tech. There's some reasons to do it that way. Cyclops and Shaman. That's a pretty cursed duo. He actually cancels his third base and burrows the Droleth instead. He wants the Tethzoricors. He wants all of the resources into his army, fearing the push across the map. Got a bankment of Matadors off to the side, and it looks like the rest of the army is going to be coming on through. Down goeth the Zethricore, and he's actually going to push out into the Matadors off to this side. It feels uncomfortable for our Zerg player. He does not have the military size to really contend with what Newt has. The Zorkors are going to help out quite a bit. Matadors try to burn him down. They're just going to get penetrated in the process. Shaman count. Only 1 Shaman left. Is it going to get focused down or not? The Matador's coming in to clean sweep on the Bactals, though. Hold on. Krankendow's army size was too damn small. GG. I love to see the Matador movement. Brilliant from Newt. Posts up a dub on game 1, and Crankendow will pick our second map. That was some good stuff right there. That was some good stuff. Might need to bring Gorgs back, yeah. People do forget Gorg. People do forget Gorg. They're very good against Cyclops and very good against Bio. We're going to Near Impact for map number 2. I don't think anybody's actually played too many practice games on Magnetron, so even though it is now available in Class 1, I don't think we're going to get anybody picking it. As much as I would love it to. As much as I would love it. Just organizing the other matches behind the curtain here. Newt winning that last game. Kutiam versus Zevi. Winner will face Smarty Cakes. Judrik will probably host that one. Here we go, lads. We're getting into map number 2 between our top dogs here in the bracket. It is Newt in the bottom right as our... Oh. I actually don't know this color offhand. I'll say royal blue, but it was neon blue. Cranking out on the top left has the maroon Zerg, once again. Still red versus blue, just reskin. Twitch prediction is up. Arbuz Budish hosting for Grass Eater in the meanwhile, so we're going to get the result of that matchup later. 07 for Lucy. Thank you for participating, homie. I would say the same for Marsupial, but he didn't show. So, GG. GG, no G. There's actually no G. This is the one time when Shambler leaving without saying anything is, like, applicable, you know what I mean? Newt will go bio in this particular game, so that's already an interesting little pivot away. Had Krankeno gone 6-pool, I would have been like, And obviously Newt would presumably be able to hold it off of the bio. But still interesting play. But if it was mech, 6-pool becomes a lot more viable, right? If you think your opponent's going mech, I don't know. Like, if Newt loses the bio game, and then he opens Fulcrum in game 3, Krankeno could 6-pool for the win. Or at least a much more favored position. That's kind of cute. I like that. That's interesting. Mason will go ahead and scout things out. It is going to be a Larvosk into pool into second Larvosk for Krankendow. So a very standard opener. Middle of the road gives you the tools you need to get the things you want done. And the flexibility to survive cheeses while also being fairly economical. You know? Maximum sort of flexibility on the build. Not really telling us too much about what he wants to do. I do love that he's filtering in the very fast Ovileth. I don't know how much that impacts his economy or his military. But it does give him good scouting opportunities. So there is that. Second Kagrant on the way. Love to see that. Mason off to the side, just waiting to see if any units move across. The Ovileth will, but it will not cross paths with the Mason, so... One thing that I think you can pair with this, by the way, is if you go Ovileth into like a bunch of Zeths or a bunch of Quas or whatever, and then you actually move them to link up with the Ovileth, you can do that like late drop. Delayed drop. Very fast Vestry and third Stockade. This is going to be a bit more of a committed one-base push than I think. I think that's what's happening here. Because we got the Hurakans, but this is a lot of production and a lot of add-on too. Like the add-on is not a small amount of money. At this stage of the game. Ooh, good body blocking. Good little micro there. I'd crank it up, hold back, and then around or something. That would have been a different story. He blocks it, shows bio, but the Ovileth will get in and see the Vestry. So, as good as the attempt was, it was not quite finished. The job was not quite done. It's going to be a cleric-based push, which is not something that... if Krankeno clicked on the stockades, he would have seen it in production, but not quite something that is immediately apparent. Zorka's Shroud into the bio. Love it. Zorius to slow their attack speed. Lake is just kill him. Just fucking kill him. 4 stockades on the way. Oh boy. I'm thinking ahead to like, this is only our first best of 3. We have so many good players coming in from, you know, Crankadao returning. We had Ayud return back to active play again. Neblime is still here. He participated in the last weekend wage. It was pretty cool to see him get there. And yeah, it's just cool. I mean, Arbiz is grinding out a lot of wins. Newt grinding out a lot of games himself, winning pretty well. Pretty good Terran. It's just good to see that we have, like, we don't just have the one good Terran. We got two good. We don't have just the one good Zerg. We got three good Zerg. You know, Hamster, Crank, and Arbiz. And Arbiz is also playing Protoss, you know. He's playing random this tournament, but reasonable good Protoss. Neblime good Protoss. Oh yeah, really good Protoss, but he's not super active right in this moment. Yeah, I mean that's to say nothing for the pro players who have joined us. Like, you know, 1000% Zeki and Oya are coming back for Tribunal or for Acropolis Battlement stage. That's going to be so cool to be casting pro players, and they're going to have to deal with the Escozi. That's so cool. It's a good day to be a Cosmonarch. Every day is a good day to be a Cosmonarch. Looking forward to seeing how the lower bracket shapes up, but this could be our grand final right here. It is our upper final already. Very pensive mid-game. Crankadao only now taking his expansion, 5 minutes in. It's still the early game, but, you know, middle of the early game. It depends on what Arbiz ends up doing in the lower bracket. He could certainly take a stab at trying to face the winner of this match. Series play is where it's at. The best of ones are fun, but series play is where you really decide things. Crankadao picked Near Impact because he really enjoys the sort of macro routine you can get up to here. Finally, this pesky Ovaleth will be gunned down. Yeah, whatever Newt was trying to do with the Vestry stuff, he had to transition into a more macro-oriented mid-game. The Lakers are in quite the number. Quite the number. Good timing on the Droleth bolt. And we will see a restocking of that front. I would love to see, you know, Newt assess the situation and say, all right, well, I'm pretty safe, so I'm going to go for another base. I'm going to go for some tech or whatever. I'd love to see Crank take another base here. I feel like he has the map control, he has the tempo, and he's got the sort of coverage of scouting and whatnot. It does feel like he needs that third in order to properly contend with what Newt is bringing out. That being said, the Hydra Den is starting up. He could just go power into Bactals. See where that leaves him. Down and Workers, our Terran player, needs to get back up and running. It feels like his Mason production has actually been a little bit inconsistent here. Spending a lot of his resources onto the, you know, bio units, and particularly the Iraqians are a little bit more mineral intensive. The Maverick that was at the third base, likely third base for Crankadao, over at 11 o'clock, has been spined to death by Lakers, so Newt will now realize he needs that star pad. Shamans do provide detection when deployed, but they're on the ground, so Lakers can kill them, you know? Can't really shoot up with the spines. You need the Zobrialisks for that. Straight to the ski back for Crankadao. Looks like he wants the Bactals, of course. More Lakers, more Zorius on the way. More production as well inside his base. Not going for a third base just yet, it looks like. Or maybe that's what he was just doing now, yeah. Got a lot of minerals, so it makes sense. Feels like you can definitely afford... that's like the main Zergy thing about this patch, to be honest. This, not this specific pre-release version, but the latest direction change. That you can afford more production, and therefore you can make more units. So just need to go through the effort of doing so. Double expand, okay. 11 o'clock and 9 o'clock, both of them belonging to Krankendow. It'll be on to, you know, sort of like the responsibility here of Newt to push forward across the map and cancel at least one of those bases. Threaten to push into the natural. But he's going to have to contend with the Lakers. His Anseal's almost complete, so that shouldn't be too big of a deal for now. The Hydras are not online yet. The Bactyls are not online yet. So anti-air is a pretty minuscule thing. Basically non-existent here for our Zerg player. He wants to win on the ground. He sees the move out. It's going to be a lot of bio units. Krankendow is opting for a more like high tier composition, if you will, a more power composition. If you go Hydrith units or especially pool units, you can make a much bigger composition in terms of unit quantity, army quantity. The Newt is like, basically the Zerg is going minimum unit, like army size, most concentrated power. And the Terran is going maximum army size, least concentrated power, most diffuse power. And they're still almost even. So that's just going to show you the Zerg. He's actually making a lot of Izira cores. Clearly what he wants is the Teths. And so as those come in, they will definitely do a number on the bio. In a way that will allow the Zoryus to push in and make magic happen. A lot of Lake is burrowed up here at 9 o'clock. Obviously 11 was canceled. But that's kind of why you double expand as Zerg sometimes, particularly versus these bio compositions. Immediately volleying down all of the energy onto that Anseal. Goodbye. Arbus can't do math. Confirmed in chat. Lakers are going to get ranged down by Cyprians. Trying to heal with the Shamans and use the Anseals to his advantage. This is setting himself up for a bit of a counter push, though. The Tetzorcors are done. A couple Lakers might go down, indeed. But this is a very costly position. I think Newt is just going to get crunched here. A couple of his reinforcements reveal the impending surround, and when that comm comes in over the radio, you got to know. You got to get the hell out of Dodge. But it doesn't look like Newt's choosing to do so. He wants to take the fight. He believes in the power of the Shaman. He believes that the Shamans are the truth that will set the Terran army free. And, well, Krankendow's being pretty lackadaisical with his engage. Now he'll try to push forward. Now he'll try to liberate the Terrans of their mortal coil. And the Tetzorcors are going to crush through this army like nobody's business. The Harakans are in good numbers, rending the armor as best they can. But even after all of that, the healing is not enough to overcome just how meaty these forces can be. So there you go. Now into a much better military ratio for all Zerg enthusiasts. 51 to 17. The sheer number of stockades. Newt is definitely trying to come back into this one, but it's looking pretty dire. The Ovaleth just adding a little bit of chaos to the comms because right about now there's nothing to concern yourself with it. Cestus armor will help out a little bit, but the Tets are already onto the back line, and the Lakers haven't even burrowed yet, but all of the enemy units are dead. Getting on top of the production should spell certain doom. Reinforcements are coming in from the third base, which is where the attack was anticipated, but I think we can tell. Oh, all those Cyprians lining up. Anseals for detection. Is it going to be enough? The one lake is on the high ground. The Tetzorcor is coming in for the flank. No Hurakan to help. No Hurakan to help. The Tetzorcors are going to carve through that easily. And yeah, all of the reinforcements killed before they even move out of the main base. And we go to game 3. Newt has fallen, and Krankendow is able to make the magic happen. Crank's getting a lot of versus Terran practice this tournament. He must be happy about that. Newt will pick our decider. Will it be Knife's End? Will it be Knife's End? I hope he picks Magnetron. Just throws caution and just fuck it. But he won't pick. Yeah, Dog lived. It's a real possibility because if you think about Newt I don't know that Crank will do it, but if you think about, if Newt picks a 2-spawn map, it's like the winning strategy is to 6-pool. But if Newt picks the a 3-spawn map or a 4-spawn map, that could insulate him versus it, right? That's like the thing. So he picks Knife's Edge, or he picks you know, one of the 4 spawners. If he picks Battle Spectre or any 2-spawn map, it's over for any build that isn't 6-pool. You know what I mean? Like, it's so good in that situation. So we'll have to wait and see for Newt to pick the next round. Waiting on his pick. He's probably using the bathroom or something. Maybe watching replay. He needed a reminder of what he picked for first map. Yeah, it's going to be Knife's Edge. That's kind of what I thought. So I do think this diminishes the chance for 6-pool. It does make 6-pool a little bit worse because you don't know. You need the timing if they go Stockade. You don't need the timing as much if they go Folk. If Newt goes Mech here because it's a 3-spawn map and Crank just says 6-pool and goes across, that could be really good. That could still be really good for the Zerg. And Krankenau has won a 6-pool game, even though it didn't end the game, right? He 6-pooled Arbuz on Germination and still won in the macro. So we'll see. We will see what they have to say for themselves. I don't think Crank is going to 6-pool, yeah. I feel like he's not as, he doesn't have that, like, balls to the wall. Like, I was surprised he 6-pooled Arbuz to begin with, you know what I mean? But here we go. It's game 3. Newt in the bottom right is our, I don't know what color. Is this Neon Carrot? Persian Orange Terran. Okay, whatever, dude. And cranking down the top left is Yemen Blue again. Yemen Blue Zerg. He's too conservative. I forced him to 6. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Shopdog saying Crank is so smart, not playing new patch, reaping the benefits of the other Zerg struggles. Well, yeah, it's true. He was practicing on release. We had some instability on pre-release, as sometimes happens. That is why we have release versus pre-release. It would be kind of nice if more people stuck on release for a little bit longer, but everybody is like, oh, new change? Well, plus 25 mineral cost super in? Give me. So that's fine too. Alrighty. So it looks like we have an update for the rest of the bracket here. It looks like Zevi was able to conquer Katyam, and that puts us into Smarty versus Zevi. Smarty has picked Near Impact. The winner of that match will be going up against Arbuz, who conquered Grass Eater, who conquered Lucy. So that is our dynamic there. It will be a Fulcrum, and it will not be a 6-pool. So basically what I said is Newt would pick Knife's Edge, go Mech, and Krankendow would not 6-pool. Even if it was a 2-spawn map, I actually still think Krankendow wouldn't 6-pool. That doesn't change what I was talking with Doglet about, which is 6-pool is just the better strategy here. Like, 6-pool is superior. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Can you do Hamster's Larva Trick with 6-pool? Yeah. I don't know if that's something that Krankendow has practiced that much. The thing is, like, I'm waiting for a player with Krankendow's macro and unit movement, right? Like, army movement. But also Hamster's wacky killer instinct and absurd, like, balls to the wall chaos ability. I'm waiting for that player. I think that player was Hit 'em Up, but Hit 'em Up never played one race for a long time, so we didn't really know. Like, Hit 'em Up had the ability, maybe not the movement of Krankendow, but certainly the macro. And he had chaos style balls to the wall, even to a degree that Hamster didn't in some ways. Hamster was more aggressive with it, whereas Krankendow was more Hit 'em Up was more macro with it. He would greed with it. So that was like the primary thing that I noticed there. I'm still waiting for a Zerg that combines the traits, though. Like, if you could combine Krankendow and Hamster into one horrifying Zerg player, that would be pretty deadly. I don't know how you would do anything. Because they can 6-pool you, and they can also go 40-minute macro game on Near Impact with you. You know what I mean? So, like, if you could somehow have those strengths... Like, the reason why we don't typically see those strengths in the same player is because they are opposites, right? In some capacity. So with Knife's Edge being picked here, Krankendow is not going to be too happy with his map pick. However, this spawn configuration is pretty good, actually, for Zerg. Like, relative to the others that are available. Don't attack me, Zerg players. I'm just saying. It's not as bad as it could be. He also, I really think that Newt plays out of his mind on this map in particular. We know that Zeke game that he ended up winning. It was I need to send that to some, like, every caster I know. Every caster needs to see like how amazing that game was. It's so good. One of the best Cosmonarchy matches ever played. And so Newt ends up playing out of his mind. He goes for the 2 Vulture. He kills the Zeth that he knows must have scouted into the other spawn. Like, he's hunting down to that level. You know what I mean? Avaleth obviously comes in here and ruins his day anyway and scouts for free, but it's mech. You know, he's scouting out. He's seeing what's going on. Vultures are going to be the play for now. And Krankenau's very comfortable in this kind of situation. He knows he's going to take an expansion a little bit later than his Terran opponent, unless his Terran opponent really goes hardcore into the containment, which sometimes Newt likes to do in this sort of strategy. So his Goliaths are tethered onto the Avaleth. He's going to have 2 of them pop out here in a moment. He's actually making a 3rd Goliath as well. So a little stutter stepping here should kill the Avaleth, as Krankenau was a little bit lackadaisical with its movement. 1 more shot, and down it goes. GG for that poor guy. Now Krankenau's going to take the opportunity to move up the ramp. Maybe he would have appreciated that Avaleth, but he was leading with the Zets anyway for that exact purpose. So looks like 1 Vorpher core goes down, a bunch of Zets go, or 2, you know, pair of Zets or whatever, but able to do just fine. And the burrow does force your hand, right? You can see he's trading, like, you know, 2 quads for 1 vulture. He's happy about that. The Vorp does go down, so that's a little unfortunate. GG's Kutiam, I see you in the chat. Thanks for gaming. Wrapping around here, trying to really occupy the vultures for a good amount of time. We have a single Zeth patrolling off to the side. We have that expansion just now being set up. Cyclops back at home with the 3 Goliaths. I don't think that Krankenau can threaten him the way that he did on Acid Test. That's a humongous self-stun, though. Hold on. I think every vulture should go down here. I don't think a single one should escape. Maybe this one on the Extremis, yeah, will actually narrowly get away. That is a massive mistake from Newt to path over his own lobotomy mine. You don't want that to be the reason why you end up dropping the game and going down to the lower bracket. But his minefield back at home and his Cyclops amount should be enough to withstand the charge. Let's see, we got another self-stun, a humongous one off to the right-hand side. Is the Mason going to go down while in the middle of building the Ministry? I think so, the self-damage. Yeah, the friendly splash. It hurts. It stings. It ouchies. At the end of the day, just about everybody on the leftovers is like, hot damn, that's a lot of dead Zerg. The Ministry will be remade, but the hatch actually comes up first. Okay. Two separate self-stuns. Honestly wild. I don't think that the Zerg gets nearly that far without those 2 mistakes from Newt's army positioning, but at the same time, how much criticism can you give him? You can't fall back all the way to this spot and then let the Zets go into your mineral line in the main base. So, to a degree, it feels like he kind of had to stand his army there and eat the stun. He had what was necessary to finish the job. But yeah, you don't want to be in that spot if you can help it. If he had those extra vultures, he could have just had those in the front line. Doesn't matter if those get stunned. The Cyclops will clean house. Circuits are already up here, so no further harassment can really take place at this point. And the 3rd base will be saturated as soon as Krankenau has the spare larva for it. So this is going to invoke the mech push. You know, it makes sense for the walkers to get over here. You do want the Cyclops and the Goliaths to be in a position where they can threaten something, maybe try some sort of bust. Circuits do suffer, like static defense in general suffers versus Cyclops. It's not something you see too much versus Protoss. But, you know, if you ever have anchors, you ever have circuits, like they will take a pummeling from the Cyclops. So, you know, that's why like 4 Cyclops drop kills a circuit, right? We saw that on the first game that we casted here. It was Kutiam showing us that versus Arbus. He's going to step forward here. He has no repairs for the Goliaths, and now here comes the engagement. I feel like this is maybe a bit of a mistake, an overstep from the mech player, but let's find out. He's doing a lot of self-damage, and that's what the Zets were all about, but he cleared all of the Goliaths. That's the most important part of this, is he cleared the Goliaths, so there's not really this like bastion of durability. One of them does reinforce from up behind. But you can see, I mean, these circuits just stand no chance versus all the Cyclops shells. He's going to have to force a cancel onto that one. Growth will be popped. gas harvesting has been interrupted by that vulture. That's pretty good. And yeah, the Quads are actually going to get muscled forward. This is the power of the Cyclops versus static defense. Newt recognizing that is honestly really impressive. GG. The Terran player able to make it happen. It doesn't matter how many times he gets self-stunned or do self-damage. The mech play is just a little too insane. And that means that Newt moves on to the grand final. He's guaranteed a top 2 finish in this weekend wage. And now we just play a little bit of the waiting game before we fill out our last competitor between Smarty and Zevi. Looks like Smarty versus Zevi will actually take some time, so we'll be able to cast it ourselves, which is good. And then we can move on to the next map. And it was near impact. Prince of all Terrans. No, Shopkeeper Doug, you're still higher ranked than Newt, and so you are the Terran. I hope you know that. Oh, it looks like Zevi actually is playing with Smarty, so I'm going to hope to get Jujik's POV and see what we can do there. Jujik is adminning, so we can still get the cast going. Okay. Let me just go ahead and set up my overlay to appropriately indicate our players. And then I will go ahead and give you guys the stream since it looks like it's on the way, or it's operational. All right, let's get the Discord audio working here. I'm sure it'll work at some point. There we go. All right, boys, we are operational. Let's take stock of what we got here. Oh, I should also definitely. All right, we have Smarty Cakes taking on Zevi here in the map known as Near Impact. We also have a very strange overlay in the top left there for Jujik. That's interesting. Never saw that before in my life. It's got 0 FPS, guys. Smarty listen, Cosmonarchy is really, really intensive, really resource. CPU temp is okay. All right, guys. Smarty is in the top left. He seems to be our red Zerg, while Zevi appears to be our eggshell blue Protoss. That's just from the minimap, though. I could be wrong about that. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's actually cyan by the name. All right, so We have a bit of a move out here. The same sort of style that he used she used versus Crank. One of the things that I am very curious about is if that style picks up among Protoss players, because I think that the Amaranth Ecclesia style can be really deadly versus Pool. We'll see if Smarty Cakes can handle it. Not sure what she did versus Kutyam, but Zevi did obviously defeat Kutyam to get here. So hats off there. Winner of this will post top 4 in the tournament, which is a prized winning. You know, it's 4th place is only $5, but they'll have an opportunity to throw down with Arbuz Budesh in the lower final. Smarty Cakes is moving across with some Pool units. Zevi, on the other hand, has withdrawn to her natural, and we will have that expansion come down for our Zerg player. I see a bit of a flyby with some kind of unit. Is that a pair of Naths? It looks like it is. Smarty Cakes is just doing a little bit of scouting, just doing a little bit of heckling. This shouldn't get a worker kill. It does take them a little bit too long to do much of anything, and the Nathicores are going to be... Well, one of them is going to get bopped, and the other guy's like, oh, I'm out of here. But this has allowed a big warp in, you know, a big push in there. Jujic found it now. This is put the whole army out of position. Is that going to be a dead Nexus? Yes! The Nexus is no hope of staying alive. Excellent work there from Smarty. That should never have happened. That's going to put a humongous dampener on what Zevi is able to do in this game. From this position, you have 2 different choices you can make. 1 base all in, or 3 base late game, you know? And if you do something in between there, your odds of winning are pretty slim. So you need at least 1 more base, but not right this moment. You need to, you know, sort of scale up into it. The Cantavis might die to a Nathacore. Oh my god. No! Save your Cantavis! Oh, he got a kill! And it was the most important kill. Unbelievable. Well, Smarty's going to set up for the Droleths there, and 3rd Grand Library, 4th Grand Library, so that's a pretty big committal onto the Tier 2 units. I think if you make a lot of Storm and you make... Like, Crankadow would have just died to Zevi already in Crisis Vector, or at around this stage of the game, had Storm been invoked in the earlier stage, right? Like, that could have busted the Circuit positioning back when there was only 1 Circuit in Crisis Vector. I'm telling people to remember shit that was like 3 hours ago, but that's... Like, I'm remembering that very vividly, and I don't know if Zevi is, or if Zevi checked the replay or whatever, so... She's got some decision-making to do. I think with the Amaranth Ecclesias combo here, she should be pretty insulated against incoming enemy attacks. The 2 Matrixes, one of them is going to be a little bit later than the other. And I'm thinking with all the Vorvs, all the Zeths, I don't know. I mean, where's the Storm at? Where's that Storm at, buddy? You're definitely going to want to cast that. A 2nd Cantavis arriving, so Storms are going to be pretty huge. One of them is very close. It's actually taking Storm damage as we speak, but it will stay alive. That was a lot of dead Zeths. Holy moly, that was a big bloodbath. That's a double stack Storm. Doesn't look like it, but it is. And, oh, no, I guess not. It was only 1. I thought both of them attacked. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of damage. Catch up army. Back in the day of playing roleplay maps in StarCraft 1, somebody loaded up a bunch of Zerg units into a transport and then unloaded them later and said, I'm a catch-up army. And they thought that they would still be at 1 HP, but in the transport they regenerated life. And all I could think of was, damn, you're a noob. It's just getting owned in player skill talk in the roleplay map. Not what they expected. The Zeth's trying to attack the Cantavis. They're not finding too much success. Oh, cut down, saved. Get down, Mr. President. And a couple of Amaranths chasing the rest of the army away. Oh, Smarty's under the pump, man. Zevi's bringing the pain. A lot of Nathicores. You thought the first Nath round was bad. Oh, God. Zevi's losing all the storms, so what do you do now? The Nath switch was humongous. Prostration stage on the way, Embassy on the way, but there's no engrams. You 1000% know there's no engrams. This is like Mutas, but worse. Oh, storm your Amaranths or something, buddy. You gotta get something done here. The Naths are gonna come for your Cantavis, and you can't do anything about it. You're instead going to focus on the rest of the army. That makes sense. Zevi trying to do a little bit of damage there, but there's so many Zerg. 113 military units for Smarty Cakes, and his Nats are going deep, but we need to focus on that front gate, I think. Well, instead he's going to go after the Matrix. It's not a bad move. It will end up going down. Those Amaranths could be juicy targets as well. Doesn't look like Zevi's realized it, clocked it yet. Just trying to deal with everything here. No Pariah done yet because the prostration stage ain't finished. I thought for sure we'd be saying goodbye to Smarty, but he pulled the Nathricor switch. Going after the pylons. Cheeky. You know, warping and static defense underneath is an interesting choice as well. Cancel's coming out. It's buying time. It is buying time. The Dracodon, the only defender here. Okay, well, if the pylons both go down, that's going to be a problem. One Grand Library already depowered. The Embassy depowered. That Dracodon could die, but it looks like instead Smarty wants to pull back. Does he have a Calcure Lake yet? I haven't been keeping tabs on his tech, but we could take a look at it at some point. A humongous swarm of Zethicors on the way. 3 Ovoleths are coming. So Smarty intends to do some kind of drop, which I think would just ruin Zevi at this point. That's a lot of red. Zorka Shroud on the way. Hydrith then upgrading into Ski-backed, but no Calcure, no sign of Calcure. So all those Nathicors not turning into Calcs and just ruining the economy. What's he going to do if Zevi ends up fielding a ton of Pariahs? That's my question for Smarty. We'll see if he can answer it. This is our final best of 1 of the entire weekend wage, number 8. We're into the advanced stage of the tournament now. We have 3 more best of 3s after this. The final elimination game, then the lower final, and then the grand final. And here we go, loading up the drop. Yeah, Zevi's really... Zevi's army is T-maxing, that's what I think. They're drinking that influencer coffee that gives you testosterone. They don't have mouths. I guess they just bathe in it. Absorb it through the skin or something. Dip their nerve cords in it, stir it around a little bit. Here we go. The drop comes in. It's got a pair of Nats leading the charge, which is curious. Basically, this is a rope-a-dope move. This is exactly what Smarty did to kill the Nexus before, and I think that's what it's intended to do again. Pull the army out of commission. Pull the army out of position. It's a committed, drop. It's not nothing. You might need to respond with more army from your natural if you're capable of doing so. Yeah, now having to pull the workers away. Kills the matrixes. Maybe goes after those workers. Sounded like an Ardent Authority finish just a moment ago. That might be the pick of the litter there, but you can tell, yeah, most of the heavy hitters stayed at the front gates knowing that move was coming. Third base now. Finished for Smarty, but not mining yet. And there's the Ardent Authority making a Cantor's. Even though there was a little bit of economic damage and the static defense obviously went down, you have to say Zevi endured that time. And Smarty's macro follow-up hasn't been the best this game. He's going for base number 4. He hasn't drolled over at his third at 11 o'clock, so he's now going to start doing that. 11 Drolleth being made. It's going to be a while before that really provides some value. Yeah, Arb is pointing out that the worker count was really low this entire time. Smarty only now getting that, but he's got 265 military units. So, when Zerg say, I don't know how to make enough military. I can't do that. The enemy outproduces me. Just send them this game. Smarty has an outrageous amount. I want to see the full surround, dude. I want to see the absolute devastation that all of these units will bring. Smarty's a true gamer. He knows he can only control so many of them. He's actually exceeded the selection limit. Third base now on the way. Well, he's only moving with some of his units. I want to see him just send everything at him. Like, this is a period of time where you do the Cosmonarchy equivalent of the F2A move from Starcraft 2. This obviously isn't going to get anything done. He's making Tetzoricors behind this. Third base will probably end up finishing at this rate with another pariah coming for Zevi. A little bit of money float. She's probably shocked that she's still alive to some degree. All right, saturating that third base. 228 military units, guys. Wild. Wild. All right. You've triggered it. The attack wave is here. The campaign mission begins now. Can you survive? Can you survive versus all of the military? 200 plus crashing into your waves of Protoss. A storm. That's going to be pretty big news. What the hell? This campaign mission features micro. Smarty Cake's pulling back. Now we're just bulldozing through the storm. The Amaranths are in the back. They're cowardly. They need to get to the front. They need to get to the front and help. There's a wraparound of Zetracors, I think just earmarked for that main base, though, ignoring the army entirely. There's so many Zerg. All right, Zevi's cut down half of it, but lost half of her own army in the process. I don't think this is going to end well. The Zetracors actually come back. Instead of going for the main, they try to sandwich what remains for the Protoss army, and there's no splash left. Only 2 pariahs on the front line, one more being made. There's a huge float for Zevi, but I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, guys. I think we're going to see the execution in the natural. That being said, Smarty is building more workers. And does he have what it takes to actually push through that position? You can talk about the army positioning, of course, but it's also worth pointing out that it doesn't matter in the choke point. You got a Cantors, you got pariahs. I mean, that's going to be a nightmare. Smarty might need a few thousand Zerg at that point. 1 engram warping in 6 matrices. So we do have some defenses here for Zevi. Another prostration stage on the way. I don't know. This is a banger, man. This is already banger status. 16 minutes deep. Smarty is getting ready. Envoy time. Okay, we're going to get a little bit of a transport going. More hatches being made. Smarty looking. Smarty looking. And now he's going to remember. Oh, yeah, there's that third base. And there's a buttload of defenses over there. That's a good way to draw out the army, but he doesn't want to commit to the fight yet. If he just turned all of his Hydras into Bactylisks, I honestly think he would crush the army too. Even though there's the armor consideration. There's just so much damage, right? At some point, it can't be reduced any further. Now, the Matrixes start to take some damage, and the army for Zevi does come out. But if the catch happens and the pariahs go down, that's a potentially big problem. Zevi needs to get the hell back into her natural right now. There is no dilly-dallying around when you're up against this much Zerg. 160 Zerg still coming in. You can kill them, but they just keep coming. And Smarty's bank is starting to get outrageous. 80 workers. Could have way more, by the way. Taking many bases. Just making more Zethborn. What is Smarty doing? What a maniac. He's got more forms. I mean, listen. If it works, it works. But goddamn. Just trying to hold out for dear life. Zevi, can you show us what you're made of? Will the Protoss somehow come back from this teeming horde? Tier 2 begins for our Zerg player. I don't think there's a third base available. The Akantor drop at 11 o'clock is good. By the way, there's so many hatches that have been made or are being made in the connective tissue between the natural and the 11 o'clock. That's going to, I mean, I'm just pointing that out because there's going to be so much production. Oh, Smarty is doing the classic move. I think in terms of the games that have been the most notable where this has occurred, this move has to officially be dubbed the Shopkeeper, because every single unit, including units that can't even shoot up, have come back to help with this. And yeah, they clear it. But at what cost? Now that Protoss army's out of the map, maybe that's actually a good thing here. But, you know, Shopkeeper Dog should have beat Neblime in the opening game of their Battlements group in Acropolis 3. Beat him again on Serenity, but should have beaten him on Crisis Vector. Instead, spun around the map for most of the time. All right, Tier 2 popped. What Smarty want to make? He doesn't have a lot of minerals. Making more Droleth to make more money. Looks like the third base or fourth base is attempted by Zevi at the 5 o'clock. It's being heckled by the few units that were left over there. This is going to force a very dangerous fight. The very dangerous fight, Jujic. Jujic, look. All right, very dangerous fight now on camera. We got Hydras. We got Tets. You really got to watch yourself here. There's a lot of pariahs, but they can go down very quickly. Humongous cleaves off to that northern flank there, but Smarty in a lot of pain, but still making things happen. The ones that's still alive. They're even going to go ahead and do battle with the Scribe. Yep, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go back to killing your Nexus now. I'm kind of surprised Smarty didn't just commit on the third base. He's got so many units, he can afford to throw some away. Mutat Spire, a Travel Nest. Tier 2 starting to be leveraged here for our cakes. I really think that with the way that the game is going, Mutas would be pretty good. I mean, that's the case where like the engram at the third base is going to be a problem. But Mutas can still swing into the main and the natural. They can unpower stuff. They can kill a lot of units. I mean, you can just space your Mutas out a little bit as you approach the engram and kill it that way too. Like, it's not a hard counter in that sense. Agroleths. I think really what you might want here is Gosville. Let's just make circuits directly. Forget the APM required. One Zephyrcore coming in to heckle the shields of the Nexus. And a little bit more on the way as well. This little stab here is really just to distract. Maybe pick a Pariah. That would be a good victory. But instead he ends up pulling the units away. Oh, I think one Pariah will end up dying there. Protathalors, Vilgoricors, Convolisks. Smarty, what are you even doing, goofball? Taking every base on the map. Zevi is going to get up to 4 bases, though. That's really important for their chances in this game. Danger, danger. There's a lot of pariahs on the field. We got a Cantor's backing them up as well. Oh my god, there's a lot of pariahs backing home. Look at that. Alright, the Hydras are in a pretty heavy number. They can help deal with those pariahs. One of them going down immediately. So the Vilgoricors will give the Carapace Swarm to absorb some damage, but then when they die, they're going to give you some Rillarocors to reduce some armor, which is very good, very big. And that's going to allow the Protathalors, the Hydras, to really do a lot of damage to those pariahs on the front line. I don't know, man. The Atreus ball is just for single target. It's not really helping out here to the same degree as you would hope. You need that splash damage. I think Smarty has done it with the tier 2 units. He's got some Convolisks as well to just create that armor rend on the front line. Carapace Swarm just taking so long for the Zerg army to die. It shields a certain amount of HP and only lasts a certain amount of time, but it's still pretty damn good. And it basically neutralizes the Atreus. Now the 4th base can be defeated, can be dismantled. Smarty sending a bunch of Hydras off to deal with that. Will be held at the pass by the Matrixes and the Engram, but he can just continue ranging down Zevi. This might be the end of her road in the 8th weekend wage. $40 pairs of Zephyrcores are going to be waypointed into the base. I can't believe it, dude. Protathalor has taken the range advantage here, and now ranging down that Nexus. The Hydra is keeping the rest of the army busy. Vilgoricor is going to be providing a little bit of coverage and a little bit of armor end. Look at all the Hydras. Look how deep this army goes. Look at the mini-map covered in red. And that is a wrap on the defenses at the 4th base. And that should be the death knell of Zevi. Grand Library, the build not working out. Ancestral Archives has only now begun. Tier 4 is out of reach. 20 military to 286. 42 workers to 110. And yeah, I mean, when the scribe scouts around and sees that top right's been taken, the smiley face bases in the interior 6 and 12, or whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to call that. It's kind of 12 and 6, but those have been being taken now. He's even Smarty's even taken the base number 5 that Zevi wanted to get. Dude, there is nothing left here but Zerg. So much Zerg. An outrageous amount of Zerg. Unbelievable scenes. I'm so glad I decided to cast this, like, from Jujik's POV. I was going to just be, like, waiting there, like, yeah, you know, the game will finish anytime, but as we have found out, in fact, the game may not finish anytime. Smarty's going to crush this third base. It's the last not depleted base that Zevi has. She needs to defend this with everything she has, but she's surrounded on all fronts. On multiple fronts, she's surrounded. Zet's coming in from the bottom. 300 military units. GG. Smarty has done the impossible, the unthinkable. Smarty has made a ridiculous amount of units. Wild scenes, boy. Wild scenes. All right, so that does officially leave us with Smarty Cakes defeating Zevi. So we are going to go into an Arbuz versus Smarty brawl. And while that is ascertained, of course, I'm going to get the overlay set up, but Smarty is going to be our lower seed, our homie seed, and we are going to see Arbuz pick map number 1 in the series. It will be German Nation. Kasuga is trying to get him going. That's ridiculous. Hopefully the replay for that game works. Because that's a really good one. That's a good one. I wanna get that one casted by somebody. If that replay works, actually. I just sent Jujik the message. Hopefully he can validate it. All right, we're waiting to hear back from Zevi because Smarty actually can't play his match. He has to pop off. There was some miscommunication there apparently about the timing, and so he's got to pop off there. So that leaves us in an awkward position where we would be forfeiting an entire best of 3. So instead, I'm extending the invitation to see if Zevi wants to play, so we get the best of 3 out of it. If not, we will just move on to Arbuz versus Krankendow. Like maybe Zevi can't play or doesn't want to play. So we're waiting to hear from her on that. She is typing, so we'll have the answer shortly. I am going to go fill up my water, use the bathroom real quick before we get started in our game, but I just want to lock this down beforehand so we know exactly what is happening. If Arbuz wants to pick a different map versus Protoss, then he obviously can do it. All right, yeah, looks like it'll be versus Zerg instead. So in that case, we will be forfeiting this matchup and moving on to Krankendow versus Arbuz. And see what Crank wants to pick. So he gets to play a little bit earlier than we thought. All good there. Krankendow not happy about playing the random player. He was hoping that Smarty would bop Arbuz somehow, but Smarty can't do it. Smarty just gamed too hard, too close to the sun. Ooh, I like that. All right, when I come back, we go on Serenity for map number 1 between Crank and Arbuz. And IP break, BRB. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for us to get back into it. We're into our losers final, lower final match. It is going to be Arbuz Budesh versus Krankendow. Krankendow, the higher seed, picks map number 1 of Serenity. 6 pool. And Arbuz is random, and he is ready. He is apparently very ready. Our players are ready, so let us begin. All right. Arbuz is our Protoss player. Back to Protoss. We love it. Love to see it. And I believe he is Cosmic Cobalt. Cosmic Cobalt Protoss. Cranking out the Maroon Zerg in the bottom left. Rocking out with his crank out. Will be a pool start, but not a 6 pool. And scouting with your scribe after saying Zerg is very funny to me. I know enough about Krankendow. Oh, what's up, Kian? How you doing? That's 3 Crow, by the way. That's 3. I know enough about Krankendow to know that being dishonest about your race, also playing random in general, is something that Krankendow frowns upon. Krankendow is not a fan. Krankendow is not a fan of that. So, I think that's just an interesting observation, right? I don't have a personal dog in the fight, but once the Escozi get added, we will be seeing an we will be seeing an automatic like game code function update that says, "Hey, you are you rolled random. Well, you play random. You rolled Protoss, and it'll print it out for everybody." So that will be added, just because random is not meant to be like that's probably going to be upsetting to some people. I don't think random is meant to be played casually. You know what I mean? I think you play random because you want the game to be on hard mode. That's what I think. Not everybody agrees with it. Pavlov's going to float over and see what's going on. We got no expansion yet for Crank, but the Nexus is on the way for Arbuz. Seeing Arbuz play Protoss just feels right, you know? Just feels right. Vornath for our Zerg. When we've got Zealot Ecclesiast, El Clasico, one of the first synergies Arbuz discovered and really kind of put on the map. Like, people did it before, but they didn't do it like Arbuz. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, guys? I know what I'm saying. Matrix at the natural. Very, very... You know what? This game should be played on Oblivion. That's the vibe I'm getting. This is like Tyrant's Tale back in 24. That was a good era of Cosmonarchy as well. The reason I think that the Matrix is giving me those vibes specifically is because the pylon was made, and now we have Nexus power field, so you don't need the pylon as much. But it's still cool. Gateway at the front. I dig it. Hatch halfway complete for Crank, who's going for the Vortiv build here. Pretty low on Vespene harvesting so far. Just starting to saturate the geyser now, it looks like. Right about now, I'm expecting this 2-gate into, expand opener from Arbiz to go into some kind of delayed tech. And part of the reason I'm expecting that is because of the embassy. I suppose that the artisans are just going to fly out over here to the pocket base. But it will be a witness first, which I think is like a good security measure. Canceling out the static defense, just wants to harvest some more resources. Crank feels somewhat safe right now, it looks like. His Ovaleth is positioned such that it'll catch drops, but it won't really catch an army moving. Maybe the very, very, sides of it. Now, okay, the Ovaleth is now getting a little bit more curious. Sees the Witness. Yeah, the Vorvs are going to be very deadly here, but the Witness will reveal it for Arbiz. He immediately snaps back. We can see he knows how dangerous that could have been. If the Witness wasn't there, I actually think Krankendow could have gone for a killing move with the Vorvs around. As it is, going back to the natural, he'll get one Ecclesiast for his troubles and then fall away. But that was a, whistling past the graveyard moment for the Protoss army. I guess because Protoss loves the sun so much, they would probably say, musing by the supernova. Something eloquent like that. Pretty good saturation here for Crank. Worker advantage for the moment. Third base on the way. I love the pace of this. I'm just going to say that that's all he's missing. And the Zorka Shroud is also coming online here. But we have a very heavy Ardent switch for Arbiz. 3 Ardent. Wants to go for Positrons. Very, very good versus pool units. Witness will come in and see the third base timing. Still not out of the woods yet just because he's going for the Positron composition. We have some anti-drop defense set up in both bases. Does make sense, you might go for a Cantor drop or Positron drop or something like that. So far it's just Artisans though. Only one of them in the top right, but more coming. By the way, I don't know if BiddyB did this deliberately, but the update to Serenity featured a subtle nod to the amount of blood that was drenched in this area and the amount of players that were defeated by the Phalanx drop back here. I thought that was very cool. Starting to send workers over towards the third base. 6 o'clock is the domain of Crank. Got a couple of units all over the place. This feels like Crank in his very natural form, having Zeths everywhere. Lake is too. Pushing out and, could be being scouted by a Witness. That is a fair thing to worry about, but instead the Witness is with the main army, and there's only one of them. Servitors being added to the mix. Pretty good hit scan damage. Positron count at 3. Not the most stupendous amount. Zorius in particular kind of make the Positrons not as epic. But the pool units will still suffer their wrath, so you have to watch out for that. The Ulgorg Cavern on the way. So it does look like Krankendow has identified the strength of this composition and is more so peering towards the Ultra Core to bail him out. You can still deal with that to some degree. Cantors, Pyrophants are not bad at debuffing individual Ultra Cores, right? You don't have so many of them at this stage of the game that they're first going to start trickling through. So, again, I'm not seeing anything that tells me that there's an instant win button for either player. However, if Krankendow takes a really, really good fight, he might be able to slow down the third base, and then maybe we see this Argosy take longer to come online, because it is indeed going to be the tier 3 of choice for Arbiz. I'm not entirely sure what he wants. He might want epigraphs or something like that. That'd be pretty good guaranteed ascension and attack speed slows. 4 Ultra Cores on the way. A 5th one can be assembled soon. There it is. And let's see what this Argosy is all about here for Arbiz as he continues to monitor his artisan count. He's actually adding more witnesses these days. 3rd base up and running now. Base number 4 on the way. Empyrean. Okay, he wants the additional guaranteed splash damage. Air units could be a problem for him, particularly if you go like Vith Nath or something like that, but that's a pretty heavy committal. He actually cancels out the Empyrean for the Epigraph, seemingly more so interested in the attack speed slowing. So it'll be some time before that activates. Lake is getting on the high ground, some very nice volleys there, doing a lot of damage and picking an Ecclesiast in the process. 10 pairs of Zethra-cores adding in, and there's base 4 only now coming online here for Arbiz's opponent. Feels like a Protoss is happy about this base quantity. This Lake is attacked, though, very deadly. Only 1 Cantor, and the Ultra Core is going to soak up a lot of damage. Where is that target fire from the Hierophants? Doesn't feel like there's that many of them. The Epigraph is done, but can it reinforce fast enough? The Ecclesiast and Servitor is dying to speed its ascent. Down goes the Acantor. The Lake is, they can still do a ton of damage versus the ground army, and the Ultra Cores are not dying fast enough for Arbiz to have any safety here. He's trying to split his army a little bit, but there's nothing left to split, and he's just left with 1 Servitor and 1 Epigraph. Has to fall back to his natural, or his 3rd base, rather. He has to watch it burn from the skies. The 1 Epigraph, all that he can use. Making a Solarian, but it feels too little too late when you drop your 3rd base like that, and there's still so many Zerg where that came from. There's so much time now for anti-air to be dealt with in that respect, to be fielded by Krankendow if that's what he wants. Hey, some nice little prediction shots there off those Acantors. End up killing a Zorius, but I feel like that's about it. He needed those Acantors to be a little bit higher in quantity before, and even then, the last few shots they send don't go the way that they needed to, aimed down south. Instead, they go haywire up to the north. GG has got to be called as the Lakers get dangerously close to burrowing in the natural, and that will be our game 1. And also, I just noticed that the player overlays were wrong, but don't worry, I'll fix that. Krankendow wins game 1. Arbiz down a little bit in the dumps. He'll pick map 2 and hope for a better race matchup in that context. Although, really, I don't think that his Protoss is bad. I actually still maybe favor his Protoss over his Zerg. Maybe that's delusion. We'll find out together. What's going on, Ayud? It will be Germination again, selected by Krankendow. That last map was Serenity, not Germination. The forfeit from Smarty kind of screwed up my overlay thing there, and I never reset it, even though I thought I had. Oh, that's right. And Germany. Go. Ayud in the chat observing how Krankendow is doing. Maybe Ayud can share with us predictions for who the best Cosmonarch will be. It could be him. Ayud is pretty good. He's still in the running, in my opinion. Zerg again. Oh, boy. Lads. Arbiz has said Zerg again about his race, but he is Protoss. He is the Scarlet Protoss. Oh, it's Vermilion, actually, in the bottom right. With Krankendow in the top left being our Human Blue Zerg. And it will be a 6-pool. It will be a 6-pool. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6-pool is upon us. We are gathered here today to bear witness to how well Arbiz can open with a default gateway timing against the 6-pool on a 2-spawn map of Arbiz's choosing. Krankendow 6-pooled on this map last time. Now, 6-pool can be pretty rough versus Protoss, but that's with the old Zeth health of 40 HP. The last time we really saw like a tournament game with a 6-pool versus Protoss was when Zeth had 40 health. So I feel like that does make a pretty big difference. I feel like it does. Awkward. Awkward moment there. Krankendow has bungled the four-headed start, the four-egg start. If you cancel too late, the unit just dies. There is a little bit of a quirk there. So, that's all right. It's okay, guys. Krankendow will have 6 deaths instead of the usual. Can he deal with the Hierophant? Because the Hierophant first is pretty good versus these early game skirmishes. But it does take a while to kill the Zeths. So I think what it comes down to is whether or not Arbuz gets a vassal first. I mean, he can just queue it up now that the Zeths are arriving in his base. So there is that. Yeah, vassal immediately gets queued up. Oh, going after the... I didn't think about that. I didn't think about just tearing the lattice down. That's pretty good. Now, the attack speed increased Scribe will maybe help out, but now the Zeths are trying to kill the workers. Can't really go after the Hierophant anymore, so they battle the workers down. As much eco damage as possible here, but Krankendow not able to get more than that, so... He has killed one of the production structures, so that's pretty big. 2-gate, the response after that. Very interesting. Well, no vassal for him then. Man, imagine if he had one extra pair of Zeths with that attack. How cool would that have been? He might have killed like 3 extra workers. That's not an exaggeration. He would have taken the lattice down faster. Yeah, a lot of stuff would have been different there. Not quite game-ending damage, but Krankendow is happy to build a lot of workers from this position. He's got great larva production. It's good for Arbuz to keep poking around here, seeing what the quads count is. If it's not growing that much, he can just move across the map Zealot Ecclesiast, and then, you know, see what happens there. Vornath already on the way. Damn, 10 Zeths on the way. 12 Zeths on the way. Frank being very, very aggressive with his unit choices here. I wonder if he went back and heard me in the Newt game, the Newt cast, when I was saying that I'm waiting for a Zerg that has the killer instinct, chaos style, aggressive nature of Hamster, and Krankendow's own macro-based style. Hello, Cabin197 Russ. Rivet, how you doing? We have that expansion coming. Vorvs are being made, including on the front line, which is maybe a little bit ballsy. Maybe giving up the game away. But only a few of them, so we're up to 4. That's pretty good. Hierophant striding forward as best he can. Yeah, that's not a Nexus that's going to finish. But it might soak up some damage in the process. Cancel does come through, so at least he gets his money back. But now the Zeths turn the tide and focus down Arbuz's poor Ecclesiasts. There's a Zealot or 2 mixed in there as well. Not really fighting the Scribes, body blocking very nicely. Needs to fall back. He's got no static defense. 2 Zealots are about to pop out. And now the drill comes through with the Scribes. At 20 workers at the start of this. Looks like he's actually going to hold just fine off of the units in the mineral line. But had to cancel the Nexus. That's a lot of tempo lost. Arbuz has a lot of money in the bank still. His Ecclesiasts are being focused down. Ooh, 3 HP left. Somehow the Protoss find a way to laugh at this situation. Perhaps the aura shall inspire. Expansion coming down for both players at the same time. Having to reinvest into that Nexus. Very aggressive mid-game. Well, middle of early game. Follow-up from the 6 pool. I love it. But does it dig him into a hole? Arbuz now trying to stabilize. Put a little bit of damage onto the Scribe, negating any scouting. Most of his units returning back to the natural, though. Sees the forward army positioning. I think it's worth doing move-outs even if you just pull back after, because you need the Zerg to be making military units. The only danger there is, you know, if you're really far behind, then are you just going to die? Will your army make it back across the map? Zether's going to come through and re-scout. He'll see no army there, virtually. Just a couple zealots. And yeah, seeing him at the front gate as well. So a circuit will be made. Arbuz believes that he has the upper hand here, but remember a lot of his zealots are wounded. I'm counting 2 very wounded zealots, 2 very wounded ecclesiasts, and 1 ecclesiast at half health. So the army is not as durable as it looks. Calcure Lake on the way. Vornath Pond halfway complete. Very good. Very good. And the Stargate is incoming. So Arbuz throwing down the gauntlet. He believes that he knows something about how to defeat the Crank. Calcure Lake is done. 6 Lyrilisks on the way. The Obeleth will be moving down south. Maybe actually, I would love to see a Lyrilisk drop. I think that could do a lot of damage. But I don't know if this is the game for it. 2 Stargate. Zeth being sent out on a ground scouting mission, and the rest of the army will be moving in a particular direction as more Lyrilisks have been queued up in the interim. And Droleths are going to continue migrating to saturate the natural. Worker count still favors Arbuz, but that's to be expected at this stage of the game. And setting up for a little bit of a surround here. Hold on. Arbuz, he's going to force them away. There's nothing that loaded up into the drop, but is Arbuz going to know that? Is he even going to notice that the drop is there? Or the Oveleth is there? Stargate making a Panoptis. Okay. Now we have another attempt from Krankendau. He's not busy, a little bit too busy with the ground game to recognize that there's a Panoptis on the way, but it isn't even going to matter. Forbes and the Zeths. Remember, those Zealots are a little bit wounded. They can't quite cut through fast enough, it feels like, but hey, there's mostly just Zephyr here. That's doable. That is doable for the Protoss army. They start to fall back. Their shields are starting to falter as well, but the Ecclesia staying alive, at least for now. Oh, 3 of them going down in quick succession. Might be a problem for our Protoss player, but I think he's held it just fine. And the first Panoptis coming out as well. Only a few Zealots actually end up taking the fall, and the Oveleth will be pushed away. Of course, the scouting and the Stargate is complete now. A lot of Vorvs. Not much anti-air. I mean, you think about Naths maybe? Thinking about a third base in this position for both players at the same time. Apparently, great minds think alike. The Zealot with 20 health can be cleaned up pretty easy. Zorka's Shroud. Panoptis shoot down the Oveleth. There's the third base. A little bit later than Arbuz's, but Frank still being competitive in that respect. Will the Panoptises go for like a worker raid or something? I wonder what exactly their plan is. They certainly help back up the ground game. Trying to defeat this Nexus. Let's see. I think he's going to get it. Yeah, cancel does come through at the last second. Good play from Arbuz, but better play from Crank in some ways. Once again, slowing down the base, even though his own is taken slower than his opponent. He still will get it up faster. And there it is, reset. Panoptis is coming back in. He's up to 5. Argosy on the way. Really sticking to the air game right now. What does Krankendau want to do in response to this? 3 pairs of Nathicores. But honestly, the Panoptis count is high enough that I don't think it really matters. Zerger's sitting ducks here. Not much anti-air. 11 pairs of Nathicores. What's the reaction now that your own base is potentially going to be sniped at the 11th hour there? About halfway complete is the kill. Let's see if the Lyras can try to dissuade the stack from just sitting here. Oh, and the Nathicores are finishing in the right time. So it will stay alive, but this is now Zealot run-by territory. To finish that one off. Would not be opposed to that. Once again, coming down here to try to heckle the Nexus, but this is not going to work out in the way that I think Krankendau wants it to. He's going to see if he can use the Lyrilisk's anti-air attack to try to reduce the Panoptis stack a little bit. Oh, he actually does pick the Nexus with just the Zets. That's impressive. Dude, Zets deal so much damage to the structures. And the Panoptises weren't dealing with them because they were busy trying to deal with the Lyras. Nathricors are ready to go next time the Panoptises show their face. I'm not sure that Arbus is aware of that, but if he is, he'll keep the Panoptises mostly with his army, and he will not push forward before then. Anti-air defense is coming up in the natural and the third base. Nothing in the main base, but does Arbus know that yet? Does it even matter? Hierophant to help pick the Nathricors. 3 of them going down. That's a pretty big deal. 18 of them remain. They actually get loose onto those Panoptises. They can go down very quickly. Gladius is arriving as well. Oh, the ground game suddenly swinging into Arbus' favor, though. The lake is count dropping. And the Naps were busy on air units instead of ground. I think that's just crushing below. The Solarian isn't even necessary. GG. Arbus just kept the production consistent and kept things rolling in his favor. We go to a third map, ladies and gentlemen. Impressive stuff. Let's see what Crank It Now picks for map 3. And that is a 1-1 so far. Do you think it'll be 3 Protosses in a row, guys? Is that a possibility here? It certainly could be. Final game, he randoms new race. I see. All right, we go to Maximus, a 4-spawn map for our final map here in this penultimate best of 3. Winner will face Newt in the grand final. He watches on with great amusement. Arbus requests one moment. He's got to use the bathroom. Oh, damn. Newt's throwing down the prediction gauntlet. He says, Arbus rolls Zerg and says Terran. It's a possibility. It is a distinct possibility. Looks like we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, This is Maximus. And Arbuz remains Protoss. Newt's prediction was off. At least he keeps it consistent. You know what I mean? Every time he rolled Protoss, he did say Zerg. And when he rolled Zerg, he said Protoss. Did he say Terran when he rolled Terran? I actually can't remember. Oh yeah, he did. I'm pretty sure he did. So that's his rule so far. That's what we can observe. This is not a 6 pool, but it is an early pool. It'll be pool into Larvosk. Frankendow will be looking for some scouting value here, and it is a 2-gate for Arbuz, who is rocking random like it's no tomorrow. So, Newt, since you're in the chat, why don't you tell me who you would rather face? Would you rather keep playing Krankendow TVZ? Or would you like to play Arbuz's wily random nature? I do like that Newt and Shopdog will complain about Terran, right? But then they'll win all the tournament matches. So it's a good tactic. It keeps me on my toes. I have to just disregard all player grief, which, you know, I do anyway. Oh, you want TVT? Ayud hates TVT, apparently. Shopdog, actually, I think Shopdog doesn't mind TVT as much nowadays. Or at least he's given up being vocal about it anyway. But I don't know. All right, the Zethar cores are ping-ponging around here. Hierophant patrolling. Will, of course, be discovered. It'll be a fast expand build here for Arbuz. 2-gate expand. No real added pressure yet. Larvosk is up and running here. And another one on the way. So we are going to see that a little bit more, you know, typical Krankendow opener here. But when he scouts the early expo with his Ovaleth, if he scouts the early expo with his Ovaleth, then he might choose to go ahead and expand himself. You know what I mean? Gateway in the front. Oh, I love the SimCity. Just plug, you know, Zealot here, Zealot here. Probably go like, you know, this will probably be more of an open area. Actually, I guess maybe the pylon should have been on that side. Oh, the Zeth just decides to walk in. The Hierophant was not on an attack move. So Ovaleth sees the Nexus. Zeth sees everything else. Ooh, so close. 2 more hits on the Scribe. Vornath is done. And we do have an expansion attempt coming as soon as the minerals are there for it. I think it's honestly such chef's kiss that you get the warp flash overlay for the units when they pop. That's so good. Really, the sound floor of Cosmonarchy, the noise floor, has been, in my opinion, excellent. Excellent addition. Ardent Authority on the way. Expansion will be coming online soon enough. Avaleth will come in and see that it is an embassy. Hasn't seen the Ardent yet. It'll be a Zorkish Shroud, a worker transfer, and Krankendow starting to add more workers to his repertoire. Breaking this front line is going to be pretty challenging, but he might be able to set up some sort of containment. faster Arden this time. Arbus has kind of played a different style each time, right? First was, you know, the typical 2-gate expand on Serenity into triple Ardent. And the second was obviously Stargate-based play, which did lead a victory. Gateway going to be the focus here. Rended armor allows the Quas to do more damage, so down it goes. I love that the Artisan comes in to do a little bit of damage. Honestly, not a very costly loss for the Zerg. A lot of Orbs, which are pretty mineral heavy, but mostly Zeths afterwards. I think you're okay with that, you know, shutting down a little bit of the production, knowing that you can outproduce your opponent. It wasn't necessarily cost efficient. There's a lot more minerals lost on Crank's side, but I think in terms of tempo, in terms of the fact that you're adding your third bait, your natural rather, and you're adding more larva production, should be good to go here for our Zerg. Artisan starting to harvest resource. Okay, interesting. They're harvesting minerals. That's cute. Quas patrolling off to the sides. Just needs some, you know, a Quas down here to shut down the Artisan mining would be good. Witness has been hovering around. So Arbus should be aware of what he's up against. Double Arden. I would get another Witness in his shoes. I would not want to rely on only one when the Lakes start pushing forward. I'm assuming he's seen the, you know, strategy that Crankadao is going for here with the Shroud. It's going to be a Nexus and, of course, a third hatch, or a third, yeah, he doesn't have any macro hatches, so it is a third one. Zealot, some Ecclesiast, Cantor for the crowd control. Lakis takes a big shot to begin with. Ecclesiast will finish him off with the help of the Hierophant slow. But there goes the Witness, so we need another one. Halfway complete right now as a minimum. A little bit of an opportunity here in theory for Crank. These Maximus isn't played that often, but I really want to see how people evolve their army movement here. I think if you're not really considerate about how you do your army movement on Maximus, you can just die. We've seen some really cool games on it, though. It's appeared in show matches and such. Big static defense block there for the third base. Ulgord Cavern on the way for Crank. He wants to win with Ultra Cores again. We did see that the Acantor count was not high enough on Serenity to withstand what Crank was doing. But this time around, there's no moonlighting with an Argosy. It's just 2 Ardent Authorities, steady Acantor production, some Servitors as well for that speed boost on the expendable speed boost size. Don't want to be spending, you know, 50 gas on a speed boost when the Ecclesiast dies. You like Vassals for that, you like Servitors for that. Mineral Sinks. Kind of crazy that Crankandao has done 2 6 pools. You know, I just wouldn't have expected that from Crank. Ovaleth will be spotted and sniped. Caught by the Hierophant. Executed by the Wardens. And the third base, of course, information gathered. Static defense assembling over here for the Zerg player. Witness still patrolling around. Obviously, got a lot of Zerg units spotting things out as well. 2 Ultra Cores on the way. We're building towards the climax of the tournament here, and I'm not yet convinced who's going to win this one. Argosy is coming again, so, you know, compositionally this starts to look a little bit more like Serenity, but I love the corrections that have been made here. No third Ardent, instead focusing on more Acantors immediately, which are more expensive than the other options. And, you know, some Zealots, and of course the Scribe going to be moving for base number 3. Will be heckled a little bit by the Quas, but it's not going to stop the Nexus from going down. There's the third Ardent now coming online after the economy is more developed. And some Acantors are going to be set up over here as well. You can see the reaction from Crankandao is, oh, okay, you're going to spread your defense a little bit thinner. I'm going to come in, maybe challenge that 4th base, stop it from being able to go up. But save for the Zeth record, there's not really any early warning system for an attack coming through. I guess that'll have to be it. See what the reaction is here. No static defense is going to get up in time, as the Zerg are already here. Lake is accepting both shots of the Acantor, goes down quickly. And this is a very deadly setup. I think you just cancel the Nexus and cut your losses. Ultra Core also on the front line, soaking up a lot of damage, allowing the rest of the army to get cleared, and so that will go down. The Pylon living with 5 health. I guess you'll take that if you're Arbus. Just reset your static defense and warp in another pylon for redundancy. Not a lot of production just yet for Arbus, but he is adding 2 more Ardent Authorities. The third is done. Has the Argosy made any units? Not yet, right? Yeah, we don't see an epigraph or anything. Skiback Scab on the way. 10 Zorius just finished. A lot of Matrix and Wardens are being set up now at the 4th base, which has already come online here for Krankendow. At least in terms of it being finished. He hasn't sent workers there just yet. I love the way Krankendow plays. But Arbus has been no slouch in this series. Winner moves on to face Newt in the grand final. And it could be decided on small details like whether these Lakers are able to get away. One of them will go down, trading only for 2 Zealots. He's going to dive in as the static defense finishes. He can go for the pylons if he wants to. Looks like he wants to indeed, but the pylon in the back is going to stay alive. The Lake is, though, shredding the front line. Not very many Zealots are able to get into action. The Ultra Cores, one of them not really able to get deep enough because it's being body blocked, but it looks like they're staying alive. Now the Acantors can get in from that lower ground. It looks like the static defense has played its part. The Lakers count, still pretty respectable, is having a hard time actually piercing the Shroud. Oh dear. Yeah, all those Lakers going down. There was no available flank really to get those Acantors. We need to see some air units here, but Krankendow doesn't want to go for Gorgs. This is the composition that really struggles to deal with heavy air like Gorg cores. The Solarian hasn't even been revealed yet. One of them should be done now. Another is on the way. Where is it? Where is that tough puppy? There it is, and hovering around the 3rd base in between that and the 4th, airspace-wise. Witness will come in and see that the 4th is already operational, whereas obviously not many workers mining yet for Arbus. It's not well saturated just yet. Ooh. The Crucible's going to empower a lot of this stuff. More pylons as well. We're going to see the Solarian and the Empyrean. Everybody's economy in full swing. Up to that 4-base gameplay. And it looks like a 5th base is earmarked here for our Zerg. Would love to see him just kind of mass expand, honestly. There's a lot of bases on a 4-spawn map you can take. '18-base map, by the way. Tier 2 now coming for our Zerg. Teching out of this problem. That's Argosy number 2. I wonder if he wasn't sure it would have reached here. I don't know why he didn't just stack it there. Maybe just also thinking about the ground path out of his Ardents, which would make sense too. A remaxed Zerg army with 11 Bactyls now added into the mix. I think that's an okay choice as well. You do deal a lot of damage to Acantors. They only have the 1 armor. Not very well heavily plated. In fact, whenever we end up remodeling the Acantor, we probably ought to think about making it look a little bit less chonky in terms of durability, as it does go down kind of quick. That or we just buff it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Acantor need a buff? So there's not so many Ultra Cores, only 4. A lot of Zorius. See if Crank wants to spend some more time on his army beforehand. He has not yet really seen the air fleet. That's going to hit him like a truck, because there's really not that much here that reveal what, that tell us that Crank is ready to deal with air units, right? He doesn't have a ton of Hydras for the Stewards. He's got his Bactyls, and I guess combined with the really Rocore explosions, that might work out. I'd be pretty scared of that air army, though. Zozark Gorge on the way. Yeah, okay. Zarkavra cores make sense here. But again, he has no Gorgs out. And I feel like he needs some. Lake is loose on the front line, just getting popped on the way out. Not really that much splash damage. The Bactyls are going to be dealing with the Stewards the whole time. And the Servitors, they are more than enough to body block for the Acantors, I think. Keep the Servitors selected right now. You can see that they are taking way too long to be chewed through. The Lakis count was not high enough to get rid of those guys. And the Bactyls are kind of loose. Awkward and loose. No military units in production for Crank. This is all he's got right now. He's waiting for his tech node to come online, but it might be too late. In fact, he hasn't even made a tier 2 tech node. It's just the Zozark, the apex of the Shroud. So he's going to make a bunch of Gorgs and try to turn those into the units that he needs. He's made the Oxels. He's going to make the Zarks, yeah. This is how he defeated Nebline in the semi-final of Acropolis 3's Tribunal stage. I believe this was maybe even Game 3 on Near Impact, where he went for the crunch with the Zarkavra and they do deal air splash. A lot of Vithrilisks coming, by the way, and a decent amount of Skiths. So, pulling out all the stops to deal with the air army. I think the Servitor count is good enough that maybe you don't worry too much about that. This satellite base is whatever. We don't really mind that too much. As he wraps around the army in the middle of the map, he's going to look to crunch. I think it all comes down to this. If it's an army wipe and there's still military units available, we can start talking about Krankendow coming back. Evacuating the Drolettes. That does make some sense. Just biding his time. He's waiting. He's sacrificing multiple bases here. Krankendow needs to be able to kill the army and then basically go straight for the jugular. I don't think this can normalize into a standard game after this. There's just too much tech on the side of Arbiz. His army is looking very massive. Oh, he's revealed some of the Zarkavra cores. Floundering a little bit here. Krankendow has more units, but... well, not really, I guess. This is it. Some of his initial Zarks must have gotten popped earlier. He's only got 2, and he's got the Vithrilisks as well. He needs to make hay while the sun is shining, but I think it's setting for the Zerg. The Empyreans are here for the splash damage. The Vithrilisks are debuffing the ground army. That makes the Bactyls a little bit better, but the Acantors cannot be denied. They just can't be killed. The Servitors have gotten everything they needed out of that fight, too. The hit scan damage so good. GG. That means Arbuz has fought his way to face Newt in the grand final. That's a rough one, man. That is a rough one for Krankendow, but he has secured 3rd place. Hey, in Tribunal State or in Acropolis 3, he got 4th place. So this is an improvement if you think about it like that. But GG, yeah, that's a tough one. Newt versus Arbuz is our final series. Shopdog says Arbuz gonna roll Protoss more. I think Newt doesn't like playing TVP that much. I don't know. It's just a weird thought I have. Like maybe I've seen that before. Imagine if I rolled Proto. God damn it, Arbuz. You're going to make Crank angry. He's no longer going to go to sleep with you anymore. We'll be going back to Acid Test for our opening match here, Newt versus Arbuz. I feel like Arbu's rolling Protoss the way that he is 3 in a row. That is, I honestly think, like, when, even if, walk me through this. You know, Crank is probably still in the chat. GG's brother. Walk me through what people think, if any of the class 1s or even class 2s are here. Anybody has any thoughts at all? Even when the game tells you what your opponent's race is, isn't it still tough? Right? Like, you still have to mentally prepare to face every race from one player. That's a lot of information to have. All right, lads, we're going into game number 1 of the grand final of Weekend Wage number 8. Arbiz in the bottom right is our Blood Zerg. Wait, no, he's Protoss. And Newt in the top right is our Zafir Terran. I was just preempting what he would say when I said Zerg. So Newt is going to be harvesting some Vespene gas, which tells me he does want to open mech, even if it was against Zerg. And this is Protoss game number 4 for Arbuz Budesh. His opening best of 1. Who was his opening best of 1 against? Does anybody remember? Oh, right. It was Kutyam Supin. Kutyam played TVZ against Arbuz. Arbuz rolled Zerg. And then, said Protoss, by the way. But then he rolled Terran against Krankendau's Germination pick. And I'm pretty sure he said Terran. And since then, it's been 4 Protoss games in a row, so let's see how we can do PvT. Yeah, there was that famous gauntlet where Jujuk played random, and he kept rolling Zerg, and Godweek got over him in one of the qualification matches, I think it was. Rough stuff. Rough stuff. I'm telling you, man, when I talk to any of the random players in tournament context, they're always telling me that, like, it's scary. Like, it's horrifying. It's terrifying. And all I could think was, why do you do it? Just stick with one race. I think eventually, though, it would be kind of cool if you could have the game random between multiple races, so you could decide, and you would have to have this be the same no matter what, right? So you'd basically be like, I want to play Terran or Protoss. And you wouldn't be able to pick beforehand. It's not like a race picker. It's just, that's your thing, right? So you can choose. Like, I want to be a Skozy or Zerg. No. I don't think we'll be able to program that into the existing lobby UI, but yeah, some pretty cool developments in other forms of lobby, and so we probably could do that. I bet Arbiz would also random P and Z and skip the T. So Biddy not the only one there. Arfik going to be dueling the Vulture duo initially, but needs the Drakiden backup. Oh, he might actually catch that Vulture. Nice work from Arbiz. The Vulture has ascended. Going to be an expand for our Terran player as the Nexus is halfway complete. Embassy coming up here for Arbiz behind it, for the Witness, of course, to see the mines, and then probably some artisans besides. No, Biddy B, you can't do the config option when it's just not. It doesn't work that way. It's not. We need to hook how random works anyway for a Skozy, so I guess by the time that's done we can, but It's just cleaner to do it as a lobby option thing. Nexus comes online here, and we will have that slight economic advantage for the Protoss player. Witness will be warping in soon. What's he want for his tech? Oh! Is he going to go Panoptus again? Arbiz falls in and out of love with the Panoptus. But, look at this. Stasis Cell. The only time we ever see anybody use it is Newt. He loves Acid Test, dude. This is his jam. This map is his jam. And think about it. This is his last chance to qualify to the Battlement stage out of a tribunal that will feature Acid Test. The next set of tribunals will not feature it. Looks like it might have been spotted by Arbiz. No, maybe not. Maybe he's just rotating in general. Now he's got to deal with all these mines, and woo, picks the Draken immediately, lays some more mines off the back end, and even though the Witness is there, he's still being stunned by them. 4 workers are going down. Maybe we'll count some more. 5 hit the deck. Now, there's a lot of vultures going down. He's not going to get too many military kills with this to sort of salvage the situation. He's going to try to wrap around, the Hierophant, of course, slowing. The Stargate Scout is pretty big. You can see he's really struggling to get any vultures anywhere else. He's going to go after maybe a 6th scribe kill. Maybe he can get 7, but no, not likely. He just ends up scooting out the main gate. No, not quite. Popped. Now, while that backstab is always going to be a potential now that Arbiz has to concern himself with, what has Newt done with the tempo? He's going to go for a Cyclops drop. Newt is so risky with his moves. He has 2 military units back at home. Oh, I guess he's got 4. 2 of them are in the anchor. Stargate. Panoptus. If Arbiz leaves the building, like if his Witness scouts that there's not much here and he just moves across the map, right? Then the drop can do a lot. But Arbiz is staying at home, so I don't think the drop will do too much. Let's find out. It's not wasting any time. Witness is in here, sees more Fulcrum. There's the unload on the Cyclops. The reaction time a little bit lackadaisical. He actually just leaves straight up 4 more scribes behind and lets them be killed. The Panoptus now going to chase down the Trojan. 1 Panoptus can beat 4 Cyclops, but it is a little bit tricky. So far, not starting off fantabulously for Arbiz's campaign to do that with just 1 Panoptus, but he's making another one. He's making a 2nd Stargate. Warden should be going down here if Newt cares to focus on it. Instead, he wants to go after those workers. Killing 2 more scribes in the process. Maybe a 3rd. Yeah, there it is. So the Panoptus will deal with the transport, but Cyclops are just going to see if they can get any hits across the lake here. Oh, 1 vulture was left behind? Question mark? Interesting. Behind this, Newt's making some Goliaths to deal with the Panoptus count. It looks like a pretty good game for the Terran. You know, I obviously favor Newt's position. He's got 4 Fulcrum production. He didn't kill the Warden, so redrops later are going to be pretty painful, but I think his drops did what they needed to do, you know? Another Vulture scooting in. Maybe lay some mines and watch for any exits from this angle. Or it might just go all the way up, but, you know, not going to be able to do much. Oh, he gets 1 worker kill with that. Honestly impressive. Oh, he was so close to getting another one. He'll actually get the Trojan out of there. The Panoptus didn't kill it somehow. He might be able to redrop then. He does have the Cyclops for it. He's going to unload his anchors and move across the map. Aoud likes to float the anchors with him. I notice Newt sometimes does that, and other times he'll keep them at home and reuse them, restock them if need be. Mech units tripping up over each other as they try to exit the base. We're going up to 6 Fulk on the 2 base setup here. Long time before Arbiz can afford another round, and land effects are being added for that disruption field, I presume. A couple of watchdogs by the mineral line. They go after the Trojan initially, knock it back down to half HP, and they're going to slow down the 6th Fulcrum production, a single Goliath, attempting to shoo them away, but could be dismantled by it. The Walker push is pretty deadly, though. Not a lot of ground game over here for Arbus. And if there's focus fire from those Goliaths, the land effects won't be able to stay alive very long. Yeah, the auto guns there from the Goliaths, and they can shrug off the Cyclops splash as well. Looking pretty good. Here comes the disruption field, and that's what I was just talking about. That focus fire from Newt cuts down the land effects immediately, and the rest of the fire will come through. Panoptis has come in, and just to get mowed back down, Newt will take this first game. There is no hope for Arbus left. He doesn't even have any ground units left, so that's it. GG. The Terran Mech Menace pushing through for game number 1. Arbus will pick our next round, and we will see what's behind that second door. It'll be Near Impact for map 2. If we get a map 3, I have a feeling it might be Knife's Edge. Could be Punch Drunk. Newt does like that map versus Protoss, so Knife's Edge is more of a TVZ pick, I think. Like to see that he likes to play Acid Test no matter what, so that's pretty cool. Minimap tier list? What's the... You mean for your micro maps or for the actual minimap? That's what I want to know what you're talking about, Biddy B. Goliaths are pretty good, dude. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Arbus Budesh rolled Terran in the top left. And he is our Cordovan Terran. Newt in the bottom right is mint. No, turquoise. Turquoise Terran. So let's see what we have in this Terran versus Terran. I got to update my overlay. Go ahead and start the Twitch prediction for all you Twitch viewers out there. I call T. Well, he's not wrong. It'll be Bio from Arbus versus Newt's Terran. Maybe relying on the random to carry him through. By the way, the one game Newt has lost so far in the tournament was a Bio game against Krankendow. Coincidence? Newt will 1000% over-index on that, I feel like, and he's just going to be like, I will never go Bio again. He can be like that sometimes. Well, Godwy, you have arrived. And I will use this opportunity, for no particular reason, to say, guys, we are accepting donations. Streamlabs.com/Pronogo to fund future show matches. And also future weekend wages. That's pretty cool. You can go to streamlabs.com/Pronogo. You can also go to our coffee page. Donate monthly if you want. I have to agree with Ayud, though. This does look like it's very Newt favored. Grim for Arbus as he is scouted. His Maverick is going to move across the map and try to pop that Mason, and will do so. Let's see what happens here, because Cyclops annihilate Mavericks. And I'm sure Arbus knows that, so you have to play a very weird guerrilla style if you're going to be going up against Mech. He'll take another expansion instead. He'll expand and go for the Nat. Just kind of hold the ramp until he can break out and land his Ministry.
I am not interested in your shilling.
Shout out Godwy, pumping up that prize pool, or that prize amount for the show match, just getting us closer to that funding. Big ups, appreciate it. A little bit of Vulture run by here. The Mavericks weren't stimmed, so they didn't get a chance at steady fire. One of them patrolling around to see if there's a drop incoming. Newt gonna stick on one base for now. I think the Vultures got up enough to actually see the Ministry. Ooh, all right. Well, the Rockons getting picked are a pretty big problem here for Arbuz. He needs to stim those bad puppies and then use that as like a window. It's like you can't really attack while the stim is up, right? So you have to hang back. Cyprian's in the anchor will help out quite a bit. Kind of getting choked up on his own vulture count here. The Cyprians are being eliminated, maybe. I don't know. They're not being dove on just yet. Unfortunately, the Ministry did not pop any of the mines, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. Cyprians in the anchor will definitely help Arbuz out of this position. And, you know, Mason counts can continue to rise. We have Fulcrum starting up for Arbuz now. Oh, no. Oh, dear. That's a dead pair of Cyprians right there, buddy. But the Cyclops are pretty low, so it looks like right now he might have actually held. There's 3 Cyclops. I think he's okay. I think he's all right, actually. He lost the Cyprian really early, though, and he's not focusing down the wounded ones. What do you got, buddy? You only have 2 Cyprians left. Get that Maverick off the drop patrol. Cancel the anchor. We got more Cyclops where that came from. Hold on. It's a little bit dire. Newt could be moments away from his weekend wage victory off the back of Arbuz rolling Terran in game 2 and choosing to go bio. Oh, this is a favorable angle for the Cyprians, but they need to actually be shooting. They need to be shooting. Oh, boy. The Cyclops just taking too long, it feels like. Now the Mason's got to get pulled off the line. The Mavericks will stem. Okay, there's only 1 Cyclops left. Well, there's 2 more where that came from, and 2 more where that came from. But a Goliath has arrived. And as long as the Goliath is not moving, it will still die to Cyclops. Oh, the Vultures body block the Cyprians. The Cyclops kill the anchor maker. This is over, boys. Arbuz. You shouldn't have picked random. Devastated and annihilated. Well, it's sinking in for Arbuz as he's losing the last of his workers. GG. Newt had some of the, listen, he had a pretty brutal opening game there against Arbuz on Acid Test, but that looked a lot more convincing, a lot more competitive than that game. That's the luck of the draw. That's how it goes sometimes. TVT. If you don't know how to play Terran as well, I mean, you can't just vibe it versus a player like Newt. But on top of that, it's pretty difficult, honestly, kind of challenging to make this work in the end stage there, or for the state of Arbuz. Like you haven't played all those matchups that many times, buddy. Deadly stuff. Congrats to Newt for winning. Arbuz takes 2nd place. Frank takes 3rd, and that 4th place is to Smarty Cakes, despite his forfeit. And the random curse. I haven't finished updating the website, the Liquipedia entries for every single weekend wage that we've had yet, but you'll see Newt actually posts up some serious numbers in these tournaments, and he's usually like guaranteed lock for grand finals, even if he doesn't end up taking 1st place. Zeki's bopped him a few times in grand finals, right? But or at least once that I can remember, but maybe it was twice. Yeah, it's pretty deadly. We'll get to filling in all the brackets, of course, as time goes on, but it's been a real journey. It's been a real journey to get here. So the random curse is hit. People in chat talking about maybe Cyclops should be slower. Maybe. I don't think I'm going to pull any triggers on any nerfs anytime soon, because we're going to have a whole new race to explore together, guys, and that's going to take precedence. Speaking of, I'm actually going to be getting a little bit of work done on the Ascozi before it's time for D&D. I'll be doing that. And Ayud says, Newt, most successful Cosmonarchy player if he pulls a crown on a major tourney. You might be right about that one, Ayud. I mean, he missed out on at least one of the Acropolises, so it's hard to say for sure. But if we go to Acropolis 1, he made playoffs in that one, the Throne Room stage. He went all the way to, let's see, if we go down to the Throne Room stage here. he made it to the top 6. He was eliminated by Hepsea in the top 6 of that tournament. And then if we go to Acropolis 2, I believe that's the one that he might not have been active in this or the third. And I don't believe he was active during Tyrant's Tale either. So for me, I don't know if I can agree with the like full blown, yeah, he's the guy, you know, he's the one that you got to look at. But listen, he's definitely succeeding in the weekend wages. So. Let's just remove Terran. All right, GG's, lads. We managed to make it through. And that is the end of weekend wage number 8. And we are only $20 away from show match number 7 being a go. By the way, if we get $20 on top of that, so $40 in total, we'll even invite a third pro player. That's how. But, yeah. You caught the end of the last. That's it. Yeah, that was the conclusion. That was our final game of weekend wage. It has gone the way of the dodo bird. But, well, I guess that's not true. It's coming back in 2 weeks. Guys, this is our first time doing a 1 p.m. Eastern start and the first time doing Saturday. We still managed to rope 8 players in, although one of them, 9 players signed up, 8 players showed up. We still ended up having a reasonable turnout there. I hope you guys had a good time watching and playing if you played. Definitely a fun event. I'm glad to keep it going. It's a nice little staple there. And occasionally we even get donations like from people like Godwee, who's a total chat up. He's so strong, people switching to it. Well, Godwheat switched to Terran from Zerg. I don't know if anybody else did. Arbus switched from Protoss to Zerg and now plays random. I guess you could say he's, by definition or on a technicality, switching to Terran. But I don't think he's playing random all the time. I don't know. You'd have to ask Arbus. Maybe he wants to play... Does he even want to play more Terran? I don't know the answer to that. I think we will be doing Saturday the 20th for our match, for our next round. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to be doing. If you guys don't know, there are a couple of other events coming up, so please sign up for Jimmy Olympics. You can go to our Discord server, our tournaments channel, and you'll have to pick a Jimmy-themed username. It's like Hidden Cup in Age of Empires 2, but for Cosmonarchy. Nobody will know who anybody is. I think we have 6 players signed up for that so far. Let's at least make it 8. Let's bump it up, you know? Look forward to seeing that. I don't know the details on, like, is it single limb, double limb, or anything like that. But I do believe we might even see some wacky game modes or something like that. Who knows? But definitely sign up for that. It should be fun. You don't know who you're up against. And the casters don't know who they're casting either, so that's really good. And, yeah, there's that for sure. There is that for sure. Also, worth pointing out, we have the Biddy Bee Birthday Bash, the Biddy Birthday Bash, coming up on the 12th. That's Friday, the 12th of December, by the way. So definitely check that one out. We have signups open for that as well. And that will be really fun. That's going to be wacky and zany. We've got 9 people signed up for that tournament, so that'll be very good. That'll be very fun. Just wanted to sort of share those things out there because those are the 2 active tournaments that we have going on as far as like signups are open. And then we will have another weekend wage to close out the year. It will be right before Christmas, essentially, 20th or 21st, Saturday or Sunday. We're not sure yet. Maybe we'll send off the year with a bang and have it on both days. Who knows? Who knows? But more information to come there. GG's, everybody. Thanks for playing. Congrats to Newt for first place. Arbus for second. Crank for third. Smarty for fourth. That's that. Thanks for watching. Peace.